the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
In the Philadelphia area are now spotting large drones as authorities in New Jersey push for answers on their own mystery drone spottings over the past few weeks.
Fair use.
There it is again. It's so close and it's going so... Look at it.
We were swarmed ourselves last night by Action News viewers sending videos of drone sightings. Numerous reports were sent into Action News about flying objects in Media and Broomall in Delaware County, Philadelphia's Mayfair section, and in Cherry Hill, Camden County. New Jersey State Police were surveying the drones in Lebanon, Hunterdon County on Saturday night. No one seems to be able to figure out if the drone incidents are connected, who is flying them, or why. The FBI is involved in the investigation.
Fair use.
In the Philadelphia area are now spotting large drones as authorities in New Jersey push for answers on their own mystery drone spottings over the past few weeks.
There it is again. It's so close and it's going so... Look at it.
We were swarmed ourselves last night by Action News viewers sending videos of drone sightings. Numerous reports
up
were
in the
sent into
sky.
Action News about flying
Fair
objects
use.
in Media and Broomall in Delaware County, Philadelphia's Mayfair section.
It's a
and
bird.
in Cherry Hill, Camden County.
It's
New
a
Jersey
plane.
State Police were surveying the drones in Lebanon, Hunterdon County on Saturday night.
It's Elmo.
No one seems to be able to figure out if the drone incidents are
E.T.
connected, who is flying them, or why. The FBI is involved in the investigation.
Hunter Biden. Who's up there? Let's go, brothers and sisters. Let's go. Shalom, 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 shalom. Hey, y'all know what time it is. Let's go. Let's go. Hit the like button. Come on in. Come on in. Y'all know. Let's get it. That's right. We're the children of Israel. And we're back.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Shalom. Hit the like button.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Come on.
With the great escape we went
Through the Euphrates.
The Lord held the water still.
Come on. To a land where no mankind
To a
dwelt.
land where no mankind dwelt.
We went.
The 12
Tribes
tribes
of
of
Israel.
Israel. That's who we be.
Come on.
We be.
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel.
From Panama, Cat, the North American Indian.
Hit the like button. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fared. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gatherer. Whoa, oh, oh. Come on.
The Mexicans.
Come on.
A highest gathering is right there.
Come on, y'all. Let me hear you. A highest gathering in Israel. Oh, come on. He's gathering the children of Israel. Don't look up now. I'm Elder Rawchaa, the Gathering of Christ Church, here with our weekly broadcast. It won't be a long one at all. I have a guest in the house, Brother Maestro, Mike, music maestro extraordinaire from Houston, and he's here to help me work on a few things when it comes to the music projects and all that, to help that side of the ministry. Come on, you can stick your head up in here, young man. Here he is, Maestro, live and direct in the city of brotherly love, here to visit and throw down when it comes to this music. Real music. The music that have been lost for generations. Guess what? We're doing it right here as the Most High awakened the children of Israel, so I can't be on long at all. But I would be amiss if I didn't come on the broadcast for at least an hour. Man, am I getting phone calls all over the place. I called my brother yesterday. Just wanted to know how he was doing. And the first thing he asked me was, they call me June. You know, I'm a junior. June. I'm like, yes. Man, what's up there in that sky right now? You hear about what's going on in the sky? I'm like, listen, just come into the broadcast. It's nothing to be alarmed about at all, okay? You're hearing about it in Jersey. You're hearing about it in Philadelphia now, in our neck of the woods. So I thought I would do a short broadcast on what's in the sky and what type of spell are they casting on the people and what comes next, all right? On top of that, what does the Bible say concerning these what? Signs. These signs. Boy, oh boy, Lord have mercy. I think I gotta be, I'm gonna, Lord have mercy. Let me fix the title of this particular broadcast. Right? Come on and help me out, my brother. I mean, how many hats do I have to wear, okay? How many mitris I have to wear, okay? He titled it Avatar of the Mysterious Drones. Maybe that is a good title, but this is not what I told him to title it. I said, please make sure you put in the title, my brother from the same mother, AC. I said, make sure you put the signs in the sky. Right? The signs in the sky. The signs in the sky is the title. Lord have mercy. The signs in the sky. Let me do this real quick. Okay, corrected. The signs in the sky, and I said, AC, make sure before the broadcast come on that there's an avatar of the mysterious drones the news have been reporting on. But don't worry about it. He named it Avatar of the Mysterious Drones. I can understand that's an an easy mistake there, but all is forgiven, no harm, no foul. The Signs in the Sky is the title. Okay. Before I go in, I would like to say all praises be to the Most High. Lawya is his name, in the name of Yeshua, the Christ, Mashiach. And you're going to find out before the broadcast is that the governments of the world, not just America, is actually setting up a system in the earth to war against the second coming, to come against the Almighty Son who was prophesied to judge Esau in the end days. Elon Musk, all of them are a part of this plan, whether they understand it or know it or not. All right. Now, let's bring in Elder Lawya before anything, because I just want to roll through this, get through this, and then I got to be up all night because we have some music to do, right? So, but I would be amiss. My brother was like, June. I'm like, come on, man. What's going on now? What you doing Sabbath? Oh, I got to work, June. I would be there. I'm like, yeah, all right. So how could I help you, my young brother? Well, June, there's some stuff flying in the sky, and I know you can tell me what's going on, man. What's happening? Isn't it ironic? Isn't it more than coincidental, or I believe it's a problem, that people are only alarmed or concerned when the news report their concerns? No one out there is that concerned about Christ coming and prepared themselves for what's about to come. That means the news have the pulse of the people in the hearts and minds of the people, more so than the God that made them. I'm like, where's all this fear for the final judgment? Oh, man, you heard about what happened in Wuhan? Lord, I heard Chinese people are dropping like flies over there, man. And I'm like, what did I tell people when they were reporting that? I said, do you think that's about Wuhan, China? Don't you know that when the news reports something, that you have to really take the news for what it is? It's pushing a narrative that would lead to certain legislation getting passed. And usually it's not, the legislation isn't going to be pushed on the people in China. If they're reporting something about China in America, then the legislation that they'll shape from this will affect us. As far as I'm concerned, I would have been okay if what they were reporting in Wuhan, China, stayed in China, not reported in America. We would have been better off. What you think? So again, I tell you all over and over again that when the news report is reporting, that's the first what? That's the first domino to fall. So that what? The sentiments amongst the population would have a concern. And through the concern comes legislation that couldn't have got passed any other way outside of the event. And that's my thing. People call me, oh my God, it's the end of the world. What's going on? I'm like, why aren't you that concerned about your soul? To fear God above all, because he can destroy your body in spirit. And every time there's some outrage or something going on mysterious in the news, our people begin to do what? We begin to, get concerned. We begin to, oh man, I heard those stuff. It become what? It become I would say, lunchtime conversation at the job, it becomes, man, you hear it, man, this stuff flying off, man, I don't know what this is. Just concern amongst the people. Folks, have you opened up your Bible lately? You know who's coming? Do you understand what's coming through those clouds? And you're more concerned about the drones than what the Bible identified that's coming. If you want to know what's going on, tune in right now, because we're going to let you know what's going on with the signs in the sky. And I want you all to chime in and tell me if you've seen anything. And you know what really gets me to a point of skepticism? When I hear about something happening around a military base. Man, you heard it shut down the military base, man, they couldn't do nothing. One flew over a military base. I get very, very skeptical when I hear something with the military involved. Going back to so-called coronavirus, or what happened in Wuhan, I was more concerned that when Trump, before he got out of office, President-elect Trump, before he got out of office the last time, there was a military operation that he signed off on called Operation Warp Speed. And Operation Warp Speed is a military Pentagon operation on how fast they could get the vaccines out there. Look it up. It started with a concern from Wuhan, China. Through that, the people got so fearful. Oh my God, I hope it don't come over here. Maybe Trump is going to shut down the airports. I don't know. Well, if he do this, wouldn't that make him xenophobic? Wouldn't it make him racist? Hey, why are you going to call it the Chinese virus? Isn't that racist? All these distractions outside of the conversation we should be having. The conversation should have been, stop reporting this and don't worry about it because that's China. What does China news have to do with us unless you're seeking to change laws that will affect us? And at the end of it, Project Warp Speed in the United States doesn't affect Chinese people in China. You see where we're going at here? See, and I can look at this logically from what? A heaven's view, because I view the earth as the Most High intended for us to understand it. The earth, even though it's being ruled by the devil, belongs to him. It belongs to our God. And I look at everything from what? A heaven's view down. And I fear more so the one who made the earth than those who are scaring people on earth. Understand that. Let me bring in Elder Lawya. Get me all worked up in here. And I said I'm only going to be 1 hour. Lord have mercy. All these people concerned. I'm like, where is this selective outrage? Oh, now you're concerned about something? When the news reports something to you? Lord have mercy. That's why the Most High said, you know what? I'm putting these people in captivity. That's what I'm going to do. They fear man more than they do me. I'm gonna make it where they're scared of something. Okay? Since they don't fear me, let me put them under the Wizard of Oz. Huh? The trickster. Come on, Lawya. Pick up, young man. Pick up. Lord have mercy. Do me a favor, young man. Put some more of that iced tea in there for me. Pick up, Elder Lawya. Come on now. Come on, young man.
The person you are trying to reach is not available and does not have voicemail.
Lord have mercy. And another thing. Why is it now that I'm looking for things up on the news? I mean, when you Google something, and AI is giving us the answers now. I don't want to hear AI's opinion on things that I used to look up where people when it comes to the history of people, like encyclopedias, dictionaries, would spit out the answers based on what? Historical facts and data. They would spit out the historical facts and data. I'm not concerned that now when you look up something, aren't you concerned that at the top of all the answers is AI? As far as I'm concerned, AI can go to Hades. Why? Think about this, folks. Have they not dumbed us down enough? And it's to a degree where we having something artificial, not even human, answer human questions. Listen. All that mess they dealing with. We tired of it. And guess what? You know what I'm gonna do? And y'all should do it too. When you go and Google something or you look up something and AI pop its satanic behind up, ignore it. And go find something that comes from people. We're being ruled by dark forces. AI is the devil. Matter of fact, let me Google that real quick and see what pops up. Help, join me with this. Lord have mercy. Get me worked up in here. Huh? Get me all. Let me see something. Let me see what we got here. Is AI come on. Is AI the devil? And look who pops up with the answer. Here go the devil right here. AI's overview. Let me pull up this devil. The first thing pops up is AI's overview. As if we ask AI, we know that the greatest trick the devil ever played on people is to have them believe he never existed. So AI is going to give an answer on itself. No, AI is not considered the devil. Okay? It's a technological concept. Oh, the Bible tells us about the science that comes from the devil, as in the days of Noah. Your artificial intelligence is anti-God, AI. It's a technological concept, not a religious entity. Oh yeah, AI, you are a religious entity. Okay? AI, Satan has created you. Okay? And comparing it to the devil is a metaphorical way. Now it's going to tell us how, AI is going to tell us how we should view AI. Something that's not a person at all, folks. And comparing it to the devil is a metaphorical way of expressing concern about the potential negative impacts of advanced artificial intelligence, particularly when discussing its ability to potentially become too popular or uncontrollable for humans to manage. Exactly, AI. Like your father, the devil. He's become too powerful and too uncontrollable for anyone to manage. That's why the Most High is going to thrust his nasty behind into hell with you. See, I had to shake myself out of this for a moment because I like to do research, and sometimes you can get quick stock information by going to Google, and you can't even go there because usually when I go to Google, then I'm going to look into the university, some of the white papers and all these others to get more of a, if you will, a more intelligent view or scholarly references while going into certain types of information. And instead of us getting that information that adds to our intelligence, Do you know, as people of God being spiritual, that this is an ever learning journey. And we're supposed to pick something up that increases the capacity and strength of our brains every day. It's a waste of life if you go through one day and don't know at least one thing you didn't know yesterday. And AI is getting in the way of that. Okay? I need to see the satanic nerds and the Satanists who are behind this, because you have some people programming this thing to spit out information that they deem is what they deem that this thing should guide society going forward outside of the minds of people. And if that's not the devil, I don't know what is. Huh? So make a conscious decision with us, folks. When you see AI trying to spit out Satan's satanic answers for everything, ignore that and try to find information like we used to receive information, like you used to get information. Don't tell me Skype is acting up now. And Skype is spamming me with some Bitcoin crap. I mean, I'm so tired of this satanic technology crap. Skype now is trying to scam. They got scammers coming through Skype trying to sell Bitcoin. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
Can you call in, please, sir?
All right, let me call in for my...
All right.
All right, shalom.
Shalom. I'm trying to see, have you looked up into the sky, young man? See what you've seen. We about to go into this real quick. I ain't gonna be long at all. And if you've seen something out there, call 515-605-9327. The lines are open. We'll make this a more interactive type a broadcast today, where I'll immediately go to the phone calls as I see people add into the queue. So you don't got to wait hours to give us your report on if you've seen some mysterious stuff in the sky. I believe the devil is playing tricks on you. Okay? On all of us. But I'm not falling for the tricks. I'm sick and tired of this crap. The devil is a liar. Come on, Elder. Call me in. Come on. As a matter of fact, let's do this. Because he's probably trying to call. You know they mess with my technology. Everything works fine until I'm ready to go on one of these broadcasts. Stuff start falling down and everything. Lord have mercy. All right, let's go. All right, Elder Lawya, let's do it. Missed call. See this thing wigging out on me?
All right, shalom, sir. Can you hear me?
Shalom. Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear. Elder Lawya in the house. Elder Lawya.
Shalom.
Shalom. Let's jump right in, Elder. Okay, right now, and I think you are in the New Jersey area, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, somebody give me some insight, because I'm hearing about some stuff floating around in New Jersey. Talk to me. What's going on? You seen anything out there?
I've seen some things a while back, but really haven't given any too much attention to it. Same thing as far as what's floating around now, and I haven't given too much attention to it. So your guess is as good as mine as far as some of the speculation that's out there.
Oh man, I mean, I believe we should be as concerned as when COVID happened. Wuhan, China. Either they coming from Wuhan or they coming from outer space.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it's going to happen where it's somebody with a boot on a black person's head at the end of this. Okay? It doesn't matter what the distractions are. At the end of it, I can't breathe. All right? That's why I'm never going for, the misdirection. Let's look this way, while I put you in a full Nelson, and you have no idea who's behind that full Nelson, because very, very rare do they leave the black caps behind, right? Got those things safety pinned in, fastened in tight. Now, hit the like button. 2,000 already. Oh yeah. Here we go. Okay, watch out, folks. My brother called me. I can tell. Let me tell you. Every time my brother Tony called, and you have to see, because when we was growing up, when he get nervous because he was dancing and all that, this guy would sweat bullets. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm like, Tony, you too young to be sweating like this. I used to have to bring an extra T-shirt every time we go out dancing. You know what I mean? This guy is when he get mad, when my father's coming home, he did something. He's sitting in the corner. He could not lie, okay, because he would just be there, just quiet, eyes open, sweating. And let me tell you, Elder Lawyer, I can feel he was sweating when I called him, and he asked me the concern about what was flying in the sky. I could feel him sweating. Now,
wow,
here it is. Let's see if we can bring some levity, some understanding to their magic. What's in the sky, and why is it they making that a concern of ours? Okay, here it is, Lawyer. Watch out. Watch out. Here come another boogeyman. Okay. Watch out.
People in the Philadelphia area are now spotting large drones as authorities...
And this guy is reading a teleprompter, okay? If they put Mary Had a Little Lamb in front of him, he would be doing nursery rhymes.
In New Jersey push for answers on their own mystery drone spottings over the past few weeks.
There it is again. It's so close, and it's going so... Look at it.
We were swarmed ourselves last night by Action News viewers sending videos of drone sightings. Numerous reports were sent into Action News about flying objects in media and Broomall in Delaware County, Philadelphia's Mayfair section, and in Cherry Hill, Camden County. New Jersey State Police were surveying the drones in Lebanon, Hunterdon County on Saturday night.
And see, Elder Lawyer, this is what my brother called me and concerned of, right? Let's get one more. Let's get one more. But we really have to figure out what's going on up around here. Huh? Here you go. Here you go. Just use that. They're just flying around, and I have Deacon Maestro, the music man, on detail. He on fly swatter detail right now. Let's do it. Here it is, Elder Lawyer. Watch out.
An urgent warning from the FBI and state police about all those drones spotted in New Jersey. They're urging the public, do not shine laser pointers at them after several incidents of plane and helicopter pilots getting hit with the lasers in their eyes during flights.
Right. The White House finally has broken its silence on the topic, saying that the drones seen over the Northeast are a mix, they say, of law enforcement, commercial, and hobbyist drones, saying no public or national security threat has been...
Oh, here we go now. Right? So I told people in the academy before that this is where they were going. So it's a combination of... It's confusing us because there's so many different things in the air, right? So obviously, this is just a hunch. This is just a thought. Maybe they don't want others to have surveillance, or those who have drones could get in the way of the next event if they would have footage, aerial footage, of a specific event the mainstream reports on. That would give you an opposing narrative. So whatever is coming down the pipeline, they are priming the pumps, Elder, to make sure they get in front of who has eyes in the sky. Right?
Right.
So obviously whatever they're planning when they're sitting around their little tables, they're saying, well, hold up. How are we going to be able to pull off this next thing if you have so many people who fly drones in the same areas these events might happen? We're going to have one narrative to scare the people, but then you're going to have real footage that's going to undermine our event. Okay? And on top of that, a trusting population will become even more untrusting when it comes to government. They're going to start claiming the government has lied on us again. Right here. So what we have, so I'm just guessing. Probably. So I need y'all to go into what could they be possibly cooking up that they don't want anyone else to have something in the air recording it. Right? I need y'all to just think of some of the possibilities, right? So we can get in front of this, right? Now, let's go. Now, you seen what happened when that white guy was recording and they didn't know he was recording during the time of Rodney King. Right? See, that was just a status quo. When we used to tell us there was racist cops out there doing all types of stuff, they was like, come on, man, that's subjective. You're a conspiracy theorist, or there's really no racist people out there treating blacks different than others. Until someone was able to capture it without the mainstream having a narrative over it. See how it works? So what can be so big that they need a monopoly on the eyes in the sky? And where would this happen at? Well, we have to keep our eyes on the areas that these so-called mysterious drones are being flown in. Jersey. We can expect an event, either Jersey, the tri-state area, Philadelphia. Right? So now, right, let's talk about it. Fair use for education and religious purposes only, because we have a vested interest in the sky also. Okay? He's coming on the clouds, every eye shall see. So I'm reporting from this from a biblical perspective. I'm looking up in the sky, waiting for our Lord and Savior, and this happens.
Found.
We got ABC's Perry Russin with the latest.
The White House today working to calm concern over the reported drones hovering over the Northeast.
There's no national security threat we're seeing at this time, and no threat to public safety.
ABC News cannot confirm with
Now, there's no real concern to the degree they're reporting this, folks. I was being a little facetious when I talked about my brother who was calling me, and what's going on? But I guess he's trying to get some answers for himself, because obviously this has become a conversation since the news is so concerned about it. Right? So it's the news to keep telling us that we're concerned. I'm more concerned with what they're going to do with this story when it comes to legislation than I am somebody flying some drones around. Huh?
These videos show. National Security spokesman John Kirby on GMA this morning saying people are seeing a mix of law enforcement, commercial, and hobbyist drones in the sky.
Most of these aircraft are doing good things. They're delivering products. They're being tested for science purposes. They're conducting law enforcement missions.
Drones have been reported in at least 7 states in the Northeast. Federal sources tell ABC News they're deploying infrared cameras and drone detection technology to ensure those flying over New York and New Jersey are not a threat.
Now, someone said, and that's a good comment you put out there, Lion of Judah, Project Bluebeam might have Jesus show up in the sky. Well, guess what? I'll tell you what. Let me answer to that real quick, right? First and foremost, right? I reported, Elder Lawya, not too long ago, on the fact that we need to be looking into Project Bluebeam, because it is an actual project that was out there. And it wasn't until, notice when you type in Project Blue Beam now, the word conspiracy theorist comes up.
Right.
Now, I don't care whether it's a blue beam, black beam, a yellow beam, a white beam. There's no technology Esau can make up on this earth that could replicate the second coming of Christ.
That's right.
Okay. Now, I don't know. Okay. Let me show you something here. Now, maybe they could maybe they can cast this image, you know, over certain areas. Maybe they can cast this thing up on certain areas, and this may fool a few people out there. Okay? Let me drop it on you. This may fool they may cast this devil out there. Okay? And if anybody believes this is Christ, you know what? They need to be fooled by Project White Beam. Listen, Christ is Project Black Beam. Okay?
Right.
A man is coming back with a full afro, and I'm sure they're not going to try to cast that out there. Okay? So listen, if they can fool you with this guy, you need to be deceived. Okay? They may cast him up out there somewhere. This devil right here, by the name of Cedric Bogier. Okay? I mean, if they can trick you with this, hey, that's where they started. No wonder they're tricking us with this.
On the topic, saying that the drones seen over the Northeast are a mix, they say, of law enforcement, commercial, and hobbyist drones, saying no public or national security threat has been found.
We got ABC's Perry Russin with the latest.
The White House today working to calm concern over the reported drones hovering over the Northeast.
There's no national security threat we're seeing at this time, and no threat to public safety.
Oh, yeah, and this guy right here is standing in front of a green screen, okay? There is no White House. There is no Capitol behind him, all right? This is a studio production. Fair use.
Safety.
ABC News cannot confirm what these videos show. National Security spokesman John Kirby on GMA this morning saying people are seeing a mix of law enforcement, commercial, and hobbyist drones in the sky.
Most of these aircraft are doing good things. They're delivering products. They're being tested for science purposes. They're conducting law enforcement missions.
Drones have been reported in at least 7 states in the Northeast. Federal sources tell ABC News they're deploying infrared cameras and drone detection technology to ensure those flying over New York and New Jersey are not a threat.
Thousands upon thousands fly in our skies legally and lawfully every single day, doing all kinds of good things.
Now, there's a lot of different opinions on what's going on here. A lot of different different thoughts on what this might be. Hey, who knows? Right now, the White House, I mean, they're pretty peeved right now that I'm hearing that Biden is down there, probably, I don't know, in his jammies, sitting there with a remote control, playing with some things just to mess things up before Trump comes in. Brothers and sisters, believe it or not, that's out there too.
Things for the public good. And the Northeast Corridor is one of the busiest.
President-elect Trump demanding more government transparency.
I think they'd be better off saying what it is our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense.
The FBI says it's concerned after seeing an increase of pilots being hit in the eyes with lasers after people on the ground think they see a drone. Investigators say do not aim lasers at suspected drones.
Well, if you stop reporting this, they wouldn't be pointing lasers up there, right?
We are also concerned people will take matters into their own hands and fire a weapon at an aircraft.
Drones have also
been... look what they're injecting into this thing now. Right? People minding their business, not even thinking about this crap, right? We got to be very concerned because who knows? People might think about shooting. What are they seeding into the minds of people? Some people may think about shooting into the sky, right? Shooting into the sky, right?
Reported near Trump's estate in Bedminster, New Jersey. John Kirby says that area is restricted.
Isn't this pretty weird? Can you imagine? Hey, man, let's get together, man. Let's get together. I heard there's some stuff up there, you know. Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, let's go shoot at it. Right? Now, I'm going to show you what this is really about. This what? This, I believe, engineered fear. Because people aren't that concerned about this. Listen, I don't care if ET is up there flying around. Okay? As long as he fly by me and don't bother me and mine, cool. There's more that's up in the sky than they could report. Okay? Believe it, I've seen activity in the sky countless numbers of times, countless times. And the whole thing is, if it fly by me and ain't bothering me or mine, and I'm still able to go into this Bible, prepare for what's to come, why are they trying to make this a concern of ours? Because that's what they're attempting to do here.
Airspace, and they are confident in their ability to keep that airspace safe and secure. Perry Russell, ABC News, Washington.
Hold up. Here it is. He gave us a clue. They're seeking to keep the airspace safe and secure. And now when the Bible says, when they shall say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon you. So safe is what? Safe is a buzzword to let us know that something is coming that will lead to what? Destruction. Hey, trust the science. It's safe and effective. And now people are dropping like flies. Well beyond the time they reported this stuff that came from nowhere and have disappeared, people are still dying. Right? So be careful. The Bible tell you, here's their buzzwords. Safe. We interpret that as whatever they're doing, we, the people here who are listening to them, are unsafe. See? What's going on, when we hear safety, the Bible says peace and destruction cometh upon you. They're going to let you know they're coming after you. And here are the buzzwords. We're going to make sure the airs, that the skies are secure and safe. Right? And in order to do that, we're going to need some legislation. Listen to this.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Fair use.
Comment on the drones that are flying around New Jersey ports. It seems like the American people have a big disconnect.
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And
they know where it comes from, and they know where it went. Now, why is this a concern of ours, folks? Listen to this and listen to this good. They are now subconsciously programming something into our minds to accept the government going after people. Listen to this. We know where the drone went to, where it came from, and where it went back to. Now, why is this an issue? Don't forget, we have to keep the airways, or the fly zone safe, right? And in order to do so, you have those who are flying things in the air. We know where it's coming from and where it's going. But guess what? There's certain legislation that won't allow us, through cross-jurisdiction and others, to actually go in and extract the problem. And this is why they put in, well, there's drones delivering packages, as well as military, and there's the normal consumers and people, hobbyists, who are flying drones too. So now they can go cross-jurisdiction when it comes to extracting and use some of this as what? As a built-in excuse to justify what? What wasn't constitutionally sound before a certain law was passed. And usually what happens, Elder Lawya, look at what I'm telling you right now. Elder Lawya, what will discourage people from actually flying, hobbyists, their drones and others? What usually discourage them from flying it as often as they freely did before? Usually, you know what it is? Well, we need to tax them. We need to make sure there's a license for your toy. Because if it's licensed, it already has GPS, and now it's another area we can tax the people, and now we can regulate how often they do it. Right? So now we're getting paid off of them. It's illegal if you decide to do it without permission. And on top of that, they can claim that it's what? It's a matter of national security. Even if you're just out flying it yourself, we don't check into air towers to understand what's where when we're flying a drone. Right? So we don't know that we're disturbing some other type of space because we aren't. But now, if they have the built-in fear, they can tax and regulate people in areas they couldn't before, and also can restrict and confiscate what you have because it's a matter of national security. So what are they planning to do that really only the government will be allowed to film it from the airspace? And that's what the next event we have to really hone in on, is the fact that they don't want no one else with their eyes in the sky when it comes to personal drones. That this will be in the way. Drones, personal drones, hobbyists will be in the way of the narrative if they were able to film something that would give us an opposing narrative than what the news is reporting. They've already, I believe, figured it out that in order for them to pull off what's coming next, that the only eyes in the sky will be them. Or if you try to fly during a time that they're trying to do this particular event, they're going to already have it in law. They're going to have it in law, brothers and sisters, that it's a crime. How do I know? Listen to this. This is not my opinion. Listen.
And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people. And they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster.
Will you shoot them down?
They're very close to Bedminster.
Y'all doing a great job. Hit the like button. Let me get 100 more likes. Thank you.
Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip.
Have you received an intelligence briefing on the drones?
I don't want to comment on that.
Have you been
Do you have any reason to think they're a threat?
Two quick questions. First, on.
Yeah. Now let's go here, because obviously we're concerned. Well, the news claim that we are concerned with the drones, and that we're asking the politicians, our representatives, to do something about it. Well, here we go. New Jersey drone sightings live. Florida rep warns drones could pose national security threat. Now, check this out, folks. Well, this is a matter of national security to why, if you spend a couple of thousand on a drone, that you are not allowed to actually utilize it anymore. Okay? So they'll regulate you, they'll tax you, and then they'll tell you when you can do it, when it's convenient. When it's not getting in the way of what we're doing out there. Okay? All right? Now, these are the same guys who are saying, roll up your sleeves. Now, Representative Carlos Jimenez expressed concerns. Look at this guy. And even when it came down years ago, I seen this guy. I'm like, this guy, there's some weird stuff going on. This guy don't even blink. I'm like, man. And you know, when we was growing up, it's like, yo, I don't know if you're skissing. What is it? But I take what this guy says with a grain of salt. But he's concerned. He expressed concerns Tuesday about the federal government's inability to track or identify widespread drone sightings. So this is the way you can legislate indirectly against people who aren't doing anything at all. More infringement on our freedoms. See that? Now they can security threat. We had to take this person down, and guess what? They'll come out of their house and say, "Listen, we got the evidence right here. A drone." See, it was what? A threat to national security, and what he had on this tape could have compromised the security of America. And you know what? He's a threat. And who knows? There may be a narrative, Elder, where they'll try to link drones to terrorists. See, I like to put all that out there so y'all can know it been said right here initially. That there's an inside threat with people who've been left over the border, and now they're doing what? They're doing reconnaissance on different politicians and all of that, getting secrets and all that on how to what? To show how America can be exposed to be attacked. That these people are getting inside video and all of that to take back to the enemy countries. Get ready for that narrative. All right. Warning that the situation poses a potential national security threat. Speaking on News Nation's Dan Abrams Live, Jimenez, a member of the House Homeland Security Committee, said the government hasn't the faintest, we have no idea about the origin or purpose of many drone flights. His remarks followed reports of multiple drone sightings along the East Coast, including near military sites in New Jersey and Ohio. Remember these particular areas, folks, because usually the areas they report on is where what? Is where the laws will now be changed, aimed towards targeting citizens. Aimed on at the end of it, because whatever laws they're passing, is it affecting people who may do something in America and go back to where they live? The laws they pass are actually laws that they're passing against the U.S. citizens and people who live here. They're the only people, we're the only people affected by any new law change. Think about that. Right? And well after all of these drones become a non-story, guess what's still on the books? These new laws restricting you. This is how you get freedoms that you pay for taken away, stripped away from you, one at a time. A member of the House Homeland Security Committee said the government hasn't the faintest idea about the origin or purpose of many drone flights. His remarks followed reports of multiple drone sightings along the coast, including, listen here, near military sites in New Jersey or Ohio. Okay, well, I'm not one that's for too many coincidences, right? There's a military base, and the majority of the things that are floating around are in proximity of military bases. But you know what? Let's check that off as a coincidence. While the White House and Pentagon, and don't forget Project Warp Speed to make sure the vaccines get out quickly, was a Pentagon initiative, right? Have suggested that most drones are recreational or commercial. But, see? So even though the majority of people, you can pass me mine real quick in the box right here, right? And I haven't even cracked this bad boy open yet, right? This got extra battery packs and all of that. It got a serious camera up on it. Man, I'm talking about, because why? Hey, I felt the need to say, listen, I'm gonna need to be able to know what's going on around in certain scenarios, right? And I'm gonna use this to be able to look around and see what's going on initially as a security measure, right? So even though some officials have suggested that most drones are recreational, but, now this is the guy they voted in right here who's saying but, okay? Listen to what he's saying. But Jimenez called for further investigation. Because why? Here it is. Drones pose a threat. And they're going to be an increasing threat. Now, how do he know that drones will be an increasing threat? Huh? Unless they don't want, again, I'm going to say it again, citizens, regular people having a different narrative from what they're recording in the sky, down on earth. So if someone tried to do a drill for an event, well, guess what? You got a drone right there looking at it. Okay? Because drills, who knows? Sometimes drills go live. And here's the news can report a drill and say, well, oh, this just happened. And you would have a guy sitting there and say, what just happened? Here's the guy when the people got off the bus that were directing people into this area. Here's the guy, the woman, here, right here, this is her name, and this is her IMDb page to show that she's an actor. See? So an independent person can now be what? Filming things that they would probably use under other circumstances, and now that information become what? It becomes not credible. See? So they need to do what? They're losing control over the narrative. And they need to be able to control all narratives in order for them to continue into the one world order system. And there's too much resistance because people are using now the internet and their own technology and their own cameras to shape the true narrative from a citizen's perspective outside of a programmed narrative. You see this? So this guy is now claiming that what? This guy right here, I'm going to put his face out there so y'all know who's working, you know, in high places that are being voted in. So now if you have a drone, drones in of itself, and he's not what? He's not distinguishing the drones that's used from recreational use from those who might be using it for reconnaissance, spying, and all these. He's not making a distinction. Okay? Drones pose a threat, and they're going to be an increasing threat, he said. The Pentagon acknowledged that more than one, and here's the problem that they feel that they have to overcome, folks. Here is the problem. And don't tell me they didn't think this was a problem before a couple of weeks ago when some stuff was flying in the sky that ain't bothering anyone. Okay? The Pentagon acknowledged that more than 1 million drones are registered in the United States. And you know there's some lawmaker out there looking at this and saying, you know what? This is a growing phenomenon that isn't taxed. How much money we can actually get off of, look at all of this, and we're not getting no money on this. And usually planes, if you fly planes, there's regulations and licensing that goes to that state. See, when it comes to the control of airspace. And here it is, these guys are in the same airspace or close to that airspace and don't have to pay a dime. Look at all this money we're leaving out there on the table. So not only are we going to get rid of those who would have an opposing view, we're actually going to get rich and steal more money out of the citizens' pockets by regulating it. Because do you know, lawmakers, they'll sit around a table and in these think tanks and speak to one another. And actually, I would say, come up in these think tanks, come up with ideas on, hey, what is it that people are using that haven't been taxed yet? I'm going to tell you, because why? They make their bones in history by putting their names on a legislation that changed something historically. That's how they're remembered. Right. Nobody remembers some old run-of-the-mill politician who didn't have their name on some life-changing, event-changing legislation. So they sit back and think of my name is going to be on this particular legislation that changed everything. Now, this is how these guys believe they should be remembered. See? The Pentagon acknowledged that more than 1 million drones are registered in the U.S., with around 8,000. Listen, they got the accurate number, but they haven't gotten these guys yet. 8,500 in flight today. Now, why are you so concerned about 8,500 drones? That's flights that you deem a threat, but didn't have the same concern with over 10 million people coming over the border undocumented. How many of them have drones? So no, don't get concerned with over 10 million people undocumented that no one knows about, that even Trump said are being released from prisons, insane asylums, and the dregs of these particular countries they're sending to America. No, don't be concerned about that, okay? They're dreamers. See? They're dreamers. Why get in the way of these dreamers, Elder Lawya?
Right.
Why are you going to take away their dreams? Okay. Ignore the 10 million people. Many, they want to talk about the children, many military age, undocumented. But no, here's the same guy. Now, let me get this guy again. Carlos Jimenez. Here he is. Right? There you go. Carlos Jimenez, I need to look this guy up because I believe he was once a Democrat who switched to Republican. And that's why I say, folks, y'all have to be careful, because what happens is if they see that the gig is up, the same enemies of our people will just switch parties and attack you from that party. Okay? Now,
I think the guy Lawya, I think the guy in the picture, that's
someone
Booker.
else. That's Booker
out of I think New Jersey.
That's Booker out of, thank you. That's a Democrat. That's Booker out of New Jersey. Thank you. Now, Booker says it's a concern. I'm going to play this in a minute. So Booker is the New Jersey guy, right? He's in the state of New Jersey, right? Well, let's get this other guy, because I'm going to play the video in a second. Let's get the other guy by the name of, where is he? Right? Let's get him, Jimenez called, let's get this guy, Carlos Jimenez from Florida. Yeah, that's Booker. Thank you, Elder. Thank you for that.
Sir.
Let's get this guy, Carlos Jimenez. This guy don't like a Jimenez to me. A congressman. Wait, let me see. This guy does not look like a Jimenez. There you go. Let me get him here. Okay, there you go. This guy right here. All right. All right. He's not the Jimenez that grew up in North Philly. I'll tell you that. All right. So here you go right here. The guy says, hold up. Drones in itself are threats. A Republican here. Okay. This guy is a Republican. Now, which means his concerns would align with Trump seeking to fix what's going on here, because the government isn't telling the truth according to Trump. So there's a Republican narrative in which they're going to need to enforce something based on these drones, right? With around 8,500 in flight today, but emphasize that most are used for non-threatening purposes. Jimenez warned that technical advancements, and here you go, the devil's artificial intelligence, could make future drone incidents more dangerous. So now what is he saying? We're going to restrict people from having them. And the only spies in the sky will be government drones. Matrix, anyone? When you don't need a pilot anymore, those drones are going to pose a significant problem. What you mean when you don't need a pilot anymore? I'm hearing so many of the pilots claiming that after they was forced to do something, they're no longer healthy enough to fly. So a lot of immigrants are coming in and taking all the pilot jobs too, right? So are they going to an autonomous airline model for the future? What are they telling us here? Folks, no one is reading these stories. And I'm looking at it, I'm saying they're telling you what they're about to do. AI is going to control every area of the lives on Earth. There will be no desk jobs. There will be no customer service jobs. There will be no manual jobs outside of the regular manual things you'll need people for. Right? And I'm sure they found a way to have robots replace that. Right? So then what's left for us? We're going to show you in a moment. Okay. He said police in California town of Eureka investigated reports of lights in the sky over a farm and on Tuesday night. Another thing people didn't know, Elder Lawya, that I know firsthand, that even during a time of the lockdowns, when there was not much activity out about in the streets, Guess what? The majority of law enforcement work was being done, what? By surfing social media and drones. They was able to crack crimes without leaving their desks. Because people were communicating where they're going, what they're going to do, and all of that. Because they weren't outside, they had to depend more so on the technology, which became a serious law enforcement tool that can be used to crack crimes because everybody was communicating with each other without much activity. It was the easiest time for law enforcement to keep an eye as a form of control over their particular areas. They were using drones and social media. So I believe, just my opinion, that they were testing everything concerning the infrastructure for the mark of the beast in every era, because how many times you get the opportunity for a moment like this where the whole earth is still. Not only are they still, the only messaging, the majority of the messaging is what's coming from controlled media, where you got every person's eyes and ears at once with no distractions. And then on top of that, you're able to now, without interference, without people reporting it because they're scared to come outside, you're able now to test some technology when it comes to surveillance, like the drones and stuff that will replace police. Folks, y'all should have been there for this last academy when we went into the final path to the mark. What we're reporting on now has everything to do with this. Now check this out. Officers went out to investigate, but ruled out the lights as drones or UFOs. Yeah. The officials went out and confirmed. Okay, boss, I like to report. There was. I can tell you for sure that isn't a UFO. Okay, I just want to put that in my report. Right. We sent an officer over to investigate and revealed Brookdale Farms is having an event. Right? Blase, blah. But now they're going into the fluff. But folks, I look at the details in their news and what they're claiming they're going to do. They're going to regulate the drones. They don't want any opposing views. Now there's something else. What to know about, here it is. Didn't I tell you it was coming? What to know about the federal drone bill backed by New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, a bill. So they needed an event, right? The Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution, to now what? Have a purpose for another bill. See? Now, before I go there, I said I'm going to play what they're saying here.
We have no idea where these drones come from, who owns them. We should be doing some very urgent intelligence analysis and take them out of the skies, especially if they're flying over airports or...
Take them out of the sky. Now, you may think it's talking about the drones they're reporting on. Now, could they be talking about your drones? Take them out of the sky.
Military bases, we should be shot down if necessary.
It's a test. Somebody's testing us, and we're failing that test. This White House, this administration, they can study it, do all the reports, but until somebody knocks one of those dadgum things down.
You see that? Now they're pointing the finger. It's government. It's bad government. We're not doing our jobs. What did the people vote us in for? Like it was when it was the virus being reported. Why are we dragging our feet as legislators? The American people have put us into office to protect them. And look how great this particular country been doing, and how fast they were able to get their vaccines out and make sure their people are safe. And look at us dragging our feet when we should be light heads, ahead of these other countries who pales in comparisons with less resources than the United States of America. See? Look at how this particular country was able to get their vaccines out fast. See? We're dragging our feet. And listen, I never hear this outrage when it comes to, no, y'all dragging y'all feet on reparations. You're failing as legislators for not paying the descendants of slaves who built their country their just due. Where's that same outrage when it comes to areas you're failing? I just wanted to throw that in there.
Or where they're from, we're not ever going to solve it.
It's a bit embarrassing. I mean, I think the real issue is, let's assume that this is innocuous, but look how vulnerable it presents us. You know?
Now, folks, the politicians are concerned. The news reporter is concerned. But the everyday people aren't really that concerned. Lawya, right now, you're in the Jersey area, right?
Yes, sir.
How concerned are you about these drones, man? The legislators are dragging their feet.
Like I said, I've seen them myself. I looked at them for a few minutes, and I said, yo, my food getting cold. Let me get in the house. That's how concerned I was.
Yeah. You sure you weren't concerned about one of them, casting a beam down and trying to cook one of your chickens?
Not at all.
Lawya be grazing some chickens. Yeah, I heard ET like them crispy. You sure you wasn't concerned, man? Did you get your chickens in the coop or what?
No, sir.
All right. Hey, if Lawya ain't concerned, guess what? I'm not concerned. All right.
I've been a little frustrated. There hasn't been enough transparency, letting people know what's happening. It's allowing a lot of potentially misinformation to spread, or at least fear.
There is no fear spreading outside of the news with politicians. That's why I tell folks, fear God. Fear the Most High. And I'm going to tell you, where I grew up at, North Philly and all that, let me tell you, why aren't we that concerned about something out of space coming to do something to us? Growing up in North Philly?
Right.
Let me tell you something. Okay? Every corner you walk down, there's a guy, somebody scamming, somebody trying to pickpocket. When I was growing up, somebody around the corner with fake gold. I don't know where they got that from. I think they got that from the mosque, being among these so-called Arabs who were coming in with their fake jewelry. And then dodging bullets. Let me tell you, outright, we're not afraid because, listen, something come down here, it's getting robbed. That's what goes down in North Philadelphia. Oh, okay. Okay, there's safer places to try to instill fear in people when it comes to some type of interaction. E.T. will be held up somewhere, tied up. Right? Listen, I don't know where you're from, but I'll tell you this, we're going to phone home and get some ransom. So the only people that are concerned are the politicians and the news circulations. Now, more fear, okay? Get very scared. ABC News. What to know about the federal drone bill backed by New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. Okay? Now, New Jersey. Now, what I need to know is who's on that P. Diddy list. That's what I'm concerned about. How many, have any of you guys went to any of these parties? Okay, release that list. Okay. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is throwing his support behind proposed federal legislation that would address unmanned aircraft systems as the state deals with an ever-growing, spate of drone sightings. The bill would grant the Department of Homeland Security Department of Justice more authority over the unmanned aircraft. That means the aircraft you own. Now, Murphy wrote to the President Joe Biden. He probably was asleep. And congressional leaders Thursday calling for more federal resources and the passing of the legislation in light of the unexplained drone sightings within the state's airspace in recent weeks. Listen, New Jersey works alongside our federal partners to identify the source of these UASs, the clock is ticking on the authorization language that enables us, now here's the law, to do so. On December 20th, they usually do some crazy stuff right before folks, the Congress breaks for Christmas all the way through New Year's. There's usually some crazy legislation that's passed that there's no one in office at the time who could actually give an answer for. Right? On December 20th, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the FBI's counter, some organization they made up out of thin air, UAS authority, will lapse alongside the continuing resolution during the currently funding the federal government. Okay, man, this is sweet too, Elder. You know, when regimes changes, they have to shape legislation where they'll have contracts already in place where money can be siphoned to any particular department and things that are etched in stone where the next administration cannot get in the way of those particular finances. Right? So now they're finding a way to shape legislation to still have money coming through certain administrations, right? Securing the bag while during a regime change, right? State and local law enforcement entities lack the authority and capability to counter and mitigate UASs. They even named it too. So here it is. Where that? I bought one from Best Buy the other day. A few months ago. I had this probably a year now, probably. Now, Elder Lawya, what I thought I had as a drone, it's called a DJI Air 2. What I thought was a drone just got renamed. Right? What am I holding in my hand right now? I'm holding a UAS in my hand now. A bad UAS. Okay? That's what this is now. Okay. Lord. A UAS which would significantly hamper our ability to understand what is happening. So, it is the utmost importance that this language is reauthorized in a timely manner. Now, Elder Lawya, check this out. While they have everyone looking the other way, look at the drones, look at what's up in the sky, look at this. Oh, one was big as a car. I think it went in the water and came back out. All this crap, right? Elon Musk led SpaceX launches United States Space Force Rapid Response GPS mission. And when did they do this, Elder? Yesterday, 1 day ago. They got everybody looking out there. And guess what? Elon Musk, under SpaceX, has a launch to surveil the whole planet from the outside of space under a surveillance program. So while they're concerned about your drones, this is what they're putting out in space right now in preparation of the mark of the beast, when everyone will be tracked. Oh, I thought y'all was worried about what was going on in the sky. They had y'all looking that way while this was happening.
Off the ground through the lower, thicker part of the atmosphere. There are 8 engines arranged around one center engine and are collectively held in place.
Well, let me get it.
Each of these Merlin 1D engines delivers about 190,000 pounds of thrust at sea level, which gives Falcon 9 a combined 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Shortly after liftoff, the two stages of Falcon will separate. Stage 2 will continue to take the payload to its desired orbit in Stage 1.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for Strombeck retract.
And Stage 1, which is also known as the booster, will return to Earth for recovery and reuse on a future mission using a combination of the Merlin sea level engines and the 4 titanium grid fins that are located near the top of the booster, which will guide the vehicle during its re-entry and...
Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this, brothers and sisters. All right? The boogeyman drones that you own is the problem. All right?
landing. The Falcon 9 first stage is also equipped with 4 landing legs that deploy just before landing and allow for vertical touchdown on a drone ship or a
Strongback retract has started.
We just heard that the Strongback is beginning to retract.
And folks, when y'all get a chance, get an opportunity, look into some of the initial scientists who were behind NASA and how some of them has what? Satanist ties when it comes to their religious beliefs. Okay, so while they got you down here.
So at liftoff, the transporter, the
changing
MVAC engine on the second stage will light, which is called out as Second Engine Start 1 or SES1. So keep an eye out for all of those events coming up in just a few seconds.
How many of you knew, brothers and sisters?
15 seconds.
15 seconds. How many of you knew this?
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go Falcon, go RRT-1.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Now, who think what they're doing has something to do with a threat within Earth? The GPS is to track those in the Earth who would oppose the satanic system. But on top of that, I reported in the Academy years ago how there's a scientist in around 2011, 2012 found where all the gates between heaven and earth are when it comes to approximate accurate location, right, in the earth. They're preparing, folks, not just to track people. They're preparing for the battle of Armageddon, when the invisible, when Christ returns to save those who truly believe. And whether you believe it or not, that's the real reason they're out there. They're preparing a war system. In the Bible, or in the pseudepigraph of the Old Testament, it's called realm war. They're going to do anything they can to keep Earth. That's the real war, folks. And while they got us, every law they're passing is what? To restrict the everyday person. To have you work and not see what? Not see any benefit from it. At the end of the year, you claim you made this amount of money and can't even account for it because you're being taxed in so many areas. That's intentional. The lawmakers are taxing people to keep them still. That's number one. The second thing they're doing is taking away all their freedoms before engaging them so that there'll be no opposition on the ground. They must get the world under subjection first, mainly the children of Israel, and get our people out of the way before The real war they're ramping up against. See? Understand this is a spiritual war. The GPS been launched out in space while they had Elon Musk. Let me show you. SpaceX, Elon Musk led SpaceX launches Space Force Rapid Response GPS mission. What is that? The tracking of people, folks. They're ramping up for something. Where the whole world is a prison. And the only way to exchange with the merchants is to take the mark of the beast. If you don't take the mark of the beast, you are a threat. And they're going to be seeking to do what? Find out who's the threat and to what? Use the laws to extract. Minority Report, anyone? Where were they extracting the people from? Their homes. The people who pose not a current threat, but a future threat. Huh? Now check that out. Now, Elder Lawya, before I get to the next thing, I want to hear your opinion on it. But let's get a few Bible scriptures. 515-605-9327. Come on in. Hold on. Let me make a new broadcast. Start it right now. Start it right now. I was going to go on for like 1 hour, but I seen so many people up in here. I'm like, I just can't cut it. I just can't cut. I mean, we got almost 3,000 people here who've been waiting for this particular discussion. So just couldn't cut it. So I'm going to go a little longer. Okay. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Okay. I'm going to call this on Blog Talk. Look up in the sky. Look up in the sky. Right? Look up in the sky. Right? So if anyone have any questions about the drones, point them to this particular broadcast. All right. Hold on. Point them to this particular Israel. Israel, okay. All right. Look up in the sky. The signs in the sky. I know the powers that shouldn't be are so upset with the freedom of conversation and swapping of ideas that have come with social media, where we can discuss, where we can discuss real-time issues without outside intervening, without a government narrative. Okay, they don't like that at all. Okay, the Bible says Satan would rule through what? He would rule through deception. Okay, look up in the sky. In 8 minutes, you'll be able to come in. 515. In 7 minutes, you'll be able to come in. 515-605-9327. Oh, you already did it. Okay. I'm sorry, Ramar. I didn't see it. Okay. All right. Good. Well, Ramar, get rid of the one I've just put up there. And please, if you can, moderate moderate the calls that are coming in. And okay, it will be ready in 6 minutes for those who like to call in and let us know, have you seen anything up in the sky? I'm looking at what Elon Musk is doing, actually. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, if you will, let's how should we take information when the government tell us, right? When the government tells us what we should actually be concerned about in the sky, right? Real quick, there's a few scriptures I would like to get. Hold on. Did I give you that paper or something? I wrote down a few things. Don't worry about it. I'll get it real quick. I can get it. Thank you. All right. Don't worry about it. I have it. No problem. So, when examining the sky, for those who believe in the Bible and Christ and the Most High, and understand that the space program is a Satanist program that's set up to actually oppose the God of all gods, the God of the Hebrews, and his son Christ. Okay? Okay. Elder Lawyer, if you will, this is how we should examine when they tell us to look up into the sky, right? How should we react? Elder Lawyer, if you will, let's go to Jeremiah, the 10th chapter.
Yes, sir.
And let's start at the first verse, if you will.
All right, Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1. Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Be not what?
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
I don't care if it's Project White Beam, Blue Beam, or anything they tell you about the sky. The Bible says, be not dismayed at it. Don't let that trigger you with any level of fear. Be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. Oh man, it was one big as a car out there, man. I heard it went in the water and came back out. What's going on? We're not to be dismayed. Why? Read.
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
The heathen is all caught up with the stars and what's going on, the signs. This is how the heathens are operating, because these are people without faith. Okay, so they look to the stars for answers. They look for this, they look for that. Or they might be afraid, oh my man, was that a blood moon?
Mm-hmm.
Man, let me tell you, the sky turned red. Man, was that a blood moon? Thank you. And the Bible says, be not dismayed at it. Okay? The whole deal is, you could only deal or be concerned about what? What's in your control. Like I told you, let me tell you, where I came up from, there was enough things that could scare a man just by our natural existence.
Right.
And we were taught growing up, guess what? Fear no man, fear God. Fear the Most High. That's the real fear. And we've allowed the government to hijack that power that only God should have when it comes to what we are afraid of. Read that again.
Yes, sir. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
The heathen are confused with what's going on out there in space. I don't care about the lights. As long as it's not bothering anyone, no one lost their life or limb because of these lights in the sky. But why is it such, right, Elder Lawyer? Yep. So why are the politicians so worked up on this? Obviously, there's something that they can benefit from by scaring us about this. Oh man, there's 1 million drones out in there that nobody taxing that. So we're not going to be afraid with what they're claiming, because they should be afraid with whom the Bible says is coming. He's coming on the cloud. He's coming through, and every eye shall see him. And that's not. Then guess what? You can call that Project Black Beam. That's a black man returning. So I'm gonna tell you, they can't. Man, they're going to make a mock Christ coming, folks. The way Christ is coming, there's nothing no technology on earth can duplicate it. First of all, the Bible tells us straight out how it's going to happen. Number one, the whole universe, including all activity, whether it's machines, guess what, folks? The whole universe will go dark first. A dense dark where you can't even see your hands in front of you. There'll be darkness with no light in it. Everything in earth, technology will not work. Total darkness first. And then all the luminaries, whether it be stars, the moon, the sun, folks, those are angels. All luminaries loses their light. They must dim their light for the only light in the universe. That's why it states that every eye shall see him. There'll be total darkness in that war of Armageddon when they smash that little garbage they putting up against our Lord and Savior, and then it's going to be, whoo, total darkness. Everything shuts down where you can't even see the hand in front of you. And then, boom, light, where the whole earth is lighted by his coming. The only light in the universe will be him. There's no technology they have that can fake that, okay? Okay? And again, like I told y'all earlier, okay? If they do a Project Bluebeam with this guy, and if you believe this is the guy coming back to save you, guess what? You're done already. Because I don't know no place this guy went where the people weren't enslaved. When did these guys come to free anyone? Okay, so if you see him coming back, be prepared to go back into slavery, all right? Him here. The devil. Okay? And I'm checking out his whole vibration right here is soft. Who's going to be afraid of this guy cracking the sky? I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you. When I'm looking at the vibe on him, let me tell you, Saucy Santana got more of a strength vibe on him than what I'm saying with this character. Who's going to be afraid if they beam this guy up in the sky? Now, let's get back to the dismayed, right? Now, oh my God, get him out of here. All right, let's now go back, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
For the heathen are dismayed at them. Come on.
Yes, sir. Learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Come on.
for the heathen are dismayed at them.
Now, you know why the news isn't reporting that we shouldn't be afraid or dismayed about what's in the sky? Because if they said this on the news, they would become the Grinch who stole Christmas. Because they would read this and you would have to read the rest. Don't be dismayed with the signs in heaven, because the heathen are confused with what they show in space. And then you'll read what? Read the third verse.
For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe.
So then it talks about not only believe what you see in the sky, but don't follow their customs, which comes with the cutting of trees. Christmas tree. So they don't want you to actually go into the Bible to seek what's going on up in the sky, because the Bible going to tell you, guess what? Don't be confused about it. They're using these particular stories for a distraction while they're doing something else. They're tricking you. They can use the signs in heaven to trick you. See? They're casting a spell. The work of the hands of the workmen with the axe, read.
They deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not.
That's your Christmas tree, folks. So this is why they can't ask you, well, what do the Bible say about what's floating around out there? Because the Bible would tell you, don't be afraid of that. Because the heathens are afraid of everything. You know why? Because the world is a world of unbelief. The majority of people have lost their strength because they no longer believe in God. And because they've lost that courage, guess what? Now the government can scare them about everything. See how it works? They can scare you and pass legislation where you look to government as God, as your God, to protect you. See how it works? But they have to disconnect you from the strength that comes with believing in God in order to actually execute their fear. Their fear is a tool. How is their fear a tool? Elder Lawya, if you will. Let's go to the book of Hebrews, the 2nd chapter. They need fear. That's what the news is for, folks. It seems like they won't give us a break. Always in our space. Always giving us something to be concerned about. Folks, that is a tool of the devil. It keeps you off kilter. It makes you feel like, well, I have no control over anything. And it makes you feel what? Totally at the behest of the government keeping you safe. They seek to destabilize you. If it ain't COVID, it's this. If it ain't this, is that. Hey, roll up your sleeves. It's September. Flu season is coming in. Every time you look, they're giving us something else to be concerned about. Hold on. I think, God, are you there?
Yes, sir. Respect. How you doing? Blessings. Thank you for pulling me in.
Oh, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, man, of course.
Go on. Say what you got to say.
I mean, listen, okay, one. Is anybody worried about this? What people should be worried about? Let me rephrase it. Is this guy that wants to get rid of CO2? And you see what they're doing to the cows now, right? They're giving the cows chemicals to take, saying that the cows creating CO2. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Well, I want to make sure that this is your opinion, and YouTube. Hey, listen, what I'm saying is it's fair use, and I'm going to look into some of these things. We believe in God, and what we're looking at is I want to make sure we're not saying anything that's going to get this channel disturbed. But just be tactful with what you're bringing. But come on. But say what you're saying. Your microphone went out, Gadja. Your mic, there you go.
Yeah, man. Let me say what God said then.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Religious purposes, okay? And this is my freedom of religion. and my freedom of expression, okay? I'm in the book of Romans, the 1st chapter.
Hold on, let me get it. Let me get it. Okay, Romans
1 and 20.
Romans 1, verse 20. Now, yeah, hey, now you can't sue God, y'all. So this is what God says, YouTube.
God said this.
This is what God said, Google. All right.
For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Listen, the Most High is perfect in all his ways, okay? The Most High made the earth perfect. So you can't come and start looking at the Most High's creation now and saying that there's a problem. I was looking at there was a camera fixed on like a time lapse looking at the ocean, right?
Yeah.
And the ocean, what they're trying to say is that global warming is bringing the sea line over on the earth, so the seas are compassing the land.
You mean past the sand barrier?
Right.
They claim.
Well, listen, they're claiming that, but they're looking at the time lapse for over 20 years, and it's the same place. Nothing has changed. All right. No. Check this out. I'm in the book of Let me get it. I'm in the book of Proverbs. Okay. Just listening to the whole. I was driving and listening to the broadcast, Elder, right?
Yes.
And when you were saying that what they're trying to put people into fear, or fear this is going to be a problem, or so that they can put legislation in.
Yeah.
All right. You understand? And these are the things they're talking about. Global warming. It's another thing that they're pushing right now, and that we need to bring down the carbon footprint and all of these things, right? When the Most High said this, listen to this. Proverbs. I'm in the book of Proverbs, the 8th chapter and the 22nd verse.
Proverbs 8. Let me get it here. And 26.
Okay? No, 22. Start at 22.
Okay, Proverbs 8, verse 22. I'll read it here. One moment. 8, verse 22. The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. When there was no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains, abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth. While I as yet had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. Speaking of the Holy Spirit. When he set a compass upon the earth, the face of the depth. When he established the clouds above. When he strengthened the fountains of the deep.
Here's the one.
When he gave to the sea his decree, that the waters should not pass his commandment. When he appointed the foundations of the earth. Great point, Elder Rawchaa. Because mankind cannot dictate what happens in the earth. Okay, when it comes to whether or not water is going to pass on to land, it has nothing to do with what people are doing and using resources in the earth that's harming the earth, that's leading the earth to do these strange things they claim is going to happen. The waters cannot go past the sand barrier unless our gods tell the sand to do what? To let up. And command and command the waters to go over. The land has always been in agreement with the waters. They're controlled by the same God. And what Gates and scientists and others are telling us is that what we're doing is causing certain things in the earth. And because of that, the earth is going to be destroyed if they don't do something about it. Unless they do something in earth is going to be utterly destroyed. And that's one of the arguments. They're playing God. And they're doing it through fear. If you don't allow us to take more of your rights, if you don't allow us to get rid of the cows that are causing fluctuation, which is your food, if you don't allow us to plant GMO stuff everywhere to control the crops, the earth isn't going to last too long. See how they do it? They use fear to put in legislation. I'm sorry, Gotcha, go ahead.
No, man, yeah, Elder, you're bringing it in, man. That's what I was looking at. Like, listen, how can you tell the people this when the Bible says this, man? Listen, the most, hey, when you and just putting it out there, when you go into some of the extra biblical text, right? There's one of them that you go into where the sea says, yo, listen, let me drown them. The sun says, let me burn them. Okay? And the Most High is like, no, man, no. Nobody can operate without the Most High. So you can't come here right now, come tell us any foolishness about this is happening and that is happening. And them only can catch people who don't believe, who've never read, who not linking in with the scripts. So to my fellow brothers and sisters them out there in the broadcast, man, don't let them fool you. Okay? You understand me? Don't let them trick you, man. This is the Most High already gave his commandments and his decree. There was this guy recently in the islands telling the people that a flood is coming. Now, man, when you read the Bible, the Most High said, you see that rainbow here that these people are trying to take away? This rainbow is a symbol that I will not flood you again. So we don't have to worry about no flood. You understand me? The Most High says it's not gonna happen. These people are fear mongering the people, scaring them out of them wits. They did it with the lockdown, scare the people. People went in and got 2, 3, 4 of things that they shouldn't have received, and then it became a problem. And man, we deal with the Most High, man. The Most High's creation is perfect. Okay.
Now I'll have to say this though. If it's without man's interference, things would naturally balance itself out when it comes to nature, when it comes to the earth. It's because of them interfering with things like HAARP, or something happens where something goes off in the sea, like a bomb that causes a natural what?
Tsunamis and all that.
It's a reaction of law. That if you blow something up, something is going to spill over. But naturally, if they left things alone, there wouldn't be no floods and all these other things when it comes to biblical proportions. Right?
Exactly.
And here's an example. Look at the flood that happened over in the last big flood that happened over in the United Emirates, Dubai. Why? Because they made a system that was contrary, where they would pipe in waters and all of these and build a city, what? On sand.
On sand. That city right there it's not the Most High never made that land right there, sir. They're in territory that they shouldn't be in. They have reclaimed that land. They have made a city on sand. They're in that's a problem area right there.
They made a city on sand that there was a need for their those who constructed this to be able to pipe in water in the middle of what? In the middle of a desert that wasn't made to have water there. So usually the disasters happen when man began to tinker and play God instead of allowing the earth to be left alone. And see, that's how they gaslight us. They're telling us it's because of the things we're using as to why the earth is warming and all these others. But that's another misdirection, because they're not telling us what they're doing that's causing all types of phenomenons and negative activity. What happens when you ionize the atmosphere with HAARP? That have to have an effect on nature, right? So the whole deal is, if they left it alone and had God do what he've done since the beginning, there will be no concerns when it comes to global warming and all these others. But all of this is constant fear. Oh my God, the earth is going to, the ice caps are melting. Let them melt.
Exactly.
Listen, so why are you telling me they're melting unless you're asking me to give up something that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise? Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
See? Let me read this real quick. Elder Lawya, if you will. Let's go to Hebrews 2. Read that for me, sir, about how Satan used fear. And you know what? You think it's a coincidence, elders, that those who don't believe in the Bible and God, their argument to not believe in it is that they believe in the science. Now, the Bible tells us what? That there's only two masters. The Most High God who made all and the master of this world, Satan. If you don't believe in the God of this world and you choose science over God, science must be Satan. I don't think it's a coincidence. It doesn't matter what country you come from, what religion you was raised up under, that there's one thing that's more than a coincidence. Those who believe in science has an anti-God negative sentiment. And they have resentment against those who believe in God in the Bible. I don't believe that's a coincidence. Okay? Science scares people. It's their job to scare you into what? The solution they've already created that will cause serious harm or death to you. And that's why they try to shake people away from the belief in the Bible. Because then you can stand and say, well, listen, there's nothing you can scare me about that's on any level compared to what the Most High God can do to me. See? And now, without that fear, these minions under Satan cannot control you. All right? Let's read it real quick, Elder Lawya, if you will. Hebrews 2.
Yes, sir. Hebrews 2 and 14.
Read it.
For as much then as the children are partakers of flesh and blood, he also himself likewise took part of the same, that through death he might destroy him that had the power of death, that is, the devil.
Read.
And deliver them who through fear of death.
Through what?
Who through fear of death, all their lifetime were subject to bondage.
See the tool of scaring you? And delivered them who through fear of death, that's why the news is always reported, oh my God, this can do something to you. This sickness can do something to you. Oh, what's in the sky? I wonder if it's going to harm us. Why? Because fear is a tactic that does what? It tells you through the fear of death, Satan and his agents, all their lifetime, we were subject to bondage. Because in exchange for their solution, it comes with what? It comes with the people serving the politicians, serving the elite. See? So they have to drum up the fear so that you would run up under them for protection. But the exchange for that protection is you giving up more, working harder, and not having anything to show for it. It's a slick way of keeping the whole earth enslaved. Fear is a tactic. And what better place to actually exercise that tactic but than under what? A capitalistic society. See? Capitalism. If I scare them, then they're going to buy my product. They're going to do what? They're going to get exactly what they need to be safe. And at the end of the day, it's the elites running with the bag. Look at all the money the pharmaceuticals made off of the last thing everyone was afraid of. And now we're hearing about what? Preemptive pardons for those who told us to trust them. Fear is what the devil uses. And that's why when I see these things in the sky, guess what? I'm saying, listen, unless you're going to tell me about Christ, you should have more fear than when Christ returned through those clouds than some drones. You got more fear of what they report on the news than God. If you want to know what's coming through that everyone should be afraid of, that's Christ. See, but people don't want to deal with that level of fear because that comes with accountability and change. If you believe and know he's coming, there's something that you must do now.
Yeah, here's a fear, Elder.
Yeah.
Revelation 19. As a matter of fact, Revelation 11. This is the fear.
19 and 11.
This is the fear. This is what they should.
This is what they should be fearing. Exactly. And
this is the fear.
And Revelation 19 and 11. And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, Christ. And in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were of a flame of fire, and his head was like, and on his head were many crowns, because when Christ returns, he's taking heads. Including the liars who are lying to us, who claim that they're over science and claim they know better. They know better. They know better than you for your own life. Okay. You should have seen there was this interview with, I think Bill Gates was in this interview, and they were saying, we was following your carbon footprint and we're looking at you. And people might ask, well, isn't it talking off of both sides of your mouth if you're saying that we have to give up all these things and you're flying around the whole world in a private jet?
Yeah, man, if you worried about carbon footprint, take a boat, paddle your way there, ride a bike.
Right.
Yeah, it's stupid. Right. Yo, ride a bike, bro. Go get on a bicycle and ride if you're worried about carbon footprint, and paddle your ass to where you're going. That's what you need to. Started with these guys. These guys, hey. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gaja. So here they put fear and tell us, hey, you got to give up everything. Your utility bill have to go up because of, you're using too much. And this guy's flying around the whole earth on a private plane with him and his family. And you should seen him trying to sideways answer and give an answer to this. He said, well, what I've done in my family, because we've used billions of dollars towards solving this problem. We put billions of dollars out there to solve this. And through the billions I've put out there, I was able to cover the footprint for my family. So everyone is responsible for their own carbon footprint. And I was able to do enough in the areas of science and technology to cover my family's footprint. Oh, that means you are rich enough to do what you want to do. But the poor people don't have enough money to cover their footprint. So that means to the elite, there is no issue. They can't harm the earth because they have enough money to do certain things to make sure you pay under these new laws they're passing. That's how they claim e-covenant. Well, I put millions of dollars out there, and with the billions I've put in philanthropy and this, that, and the other, and through that, my carbon footprint is covered. A matter of fact, I don't want to put words in his mouth. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Right? Let me see if I can find this. Where Gates is asked about his carbon footprint. About his private jet. Oh, here it is. I think this is it.
You fly private planes a lot, and you're creating a lot of greenhouse gases yourself.
Yeah, I'd probably have one of the highest green...
Hold up. Fair use.
You fly private planes a lot, and you're creating a lot of greenhouse gases yourself.
Yeah, I'd probably have one of the highest greenhouse gas footprints of anyone on the planet. You know, my
kind of ironic.
personal personal flying alone is gigantic. Now I'm spending quite a bit to buy aviation fuel that was made with plants. You know, I switched to an electric car. I've used solar panels.
Oh, good for you.
I'm paying a company that actually, at a very high price, can pull a bit of carbon out of the air and stick it underground. And so I'm offsetting my personal emission.
So he says he's offsetting his personal emissions. I mean, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up, folks. So he's offsetting his personal emissions. Fair use.
Are you the right messenger on this? Because you fly private planes a lot, and you're creating a lot of greenhouse gases yourself.
Fair use.
Yeah, I probably have one of the highest greenhouse gas footprints of anyone on the planet. You know, my
kind of ironic.
personal flying alone is gigantic. Now I'm spending quite a bit to buy aviation fuel that was made with plants. You know, I switched to an electric car. I've used solar panels. I'm paying a company that actually, at a very high price, can pull a bit of carbon out of the air and stick it underground. And so I'm offsetting my personal emissions.
Those are called carbon offset.
Right. So, you know, it's costing like $400 a ton. It's like $7 million.
So you're paying $7 million a year to offset your carbon footprint.
Yep.
It just seems overwhelming in every aspect.
Yo,
Hey,
look,
listen.
there's no aviation fuel that's made from plants. It's kerosene that runs jets.
Hey, Gotcha. If you got $7 million, you can offset your carbon footprint, okay?
Oh,
that means you can do what you want to do if you're willing to pay $7 million for it. And how many of us have that? See?
Oh my goodness.
So let's see the answer. Does he give a scientific, logical answer that any of us would accept normally?
My personal emissions.
Those are called carbon offset.
Right. So, you know, it's costing like $400 a ton. It's like $7 million.
So you're paying $7 million a year to offset your carbon footprint.
Yep.
He said, yup. Listen, there's no explanation. Yep. Look at this. Look at this guy. You can't make this up, man. Yep.
Seems overwhelming if every aspect of our daily life has to change.
It can seem overwhelming.
But you are optimistic.
Yeah. There are days when it looks very hard. If people think it's easy, they're wrong. If people think it's impossible, they're wrong.
It's possible.
It's possible, but it'll be the most amazing thing mankind has ever done.
That's
okay, man. $7 million.
Your carbon footprint.
Yep.
It just seems overwhelming.
You can't get, man. I'm gonna need this. AC, I'm gonna need you to.
And it's like $7 million.
I'm gonna clip this picture for future reference. I need this for the future.
Dollars.
So you're paying $7 million a year to offset your carbon footprint.
Yep.
It just seems
right there. Listen, AC, if you listening, all right, find this, and I need this thing clipped. Put the 60-minute out there. I need it right here, right there. This is the thing I need him, and because you got so many people who think they're smarter than other people out here, touting this global warming stuff and claiming the science have proved this. These people getting radicalized in college and all that. And really the father of all of this, we're looking at it, and he doesn't have an explanation to why he's using up more and causing more CO2 than everybody. He's telling us that our bills must go up. We got to learn to live with less. we got to have small dwellings that all the family can stay in because the earth is being destroyed with people using up so much. Right? You can't afford anything being carbon taxed. A lot of these taxes, these hidden fees are being hid in your utility bills because you're paying for what he said exists. You can't make, thank you, Gaja. And that's the power of fear. The power of fear makes you a slave to people like this. Okay? Now, real quick, Elder, if you were just dealing with the signs of heaven, 515-605-9327. I'm bringing in the calls in a couple of minutes. Oh, let me get him off here. Lord have mercy. Now, the question is, right? Here's a Bible I got in my hand. The Holy Bible. Holy Bible. Now, who would you lean towards believing more? Was written in the Word of God or this guy? All right. Elder Lawya, if you will, let's go to Isaiah 47:12. And
Yes,
we're going to read this down to 14, speaking of the signs of heaven. Right? Isaiah 47. Yes. Isaiah 47, verse 12. So again,
yes, sir.
I put it out there for those who would like to answer back. Why is it that you think that they don't want others outside of government flying drones? Do you believe that it's because there's an event that's going to happen where if you can actually film what's happening, it will be a counter narrative to the news? And if that's so, what type of event would that be? That's so we can get in front of this, okay? So based on these questions, give me your answers, or you can give us another insight on what you believe these drones are and why all of a sudden the government and politicians are concerned about it. Our God says that we not to be dismayed at the signs of heaven, okay? They've been doing this stuff for years, just to alarm people, to grab attention, to shape a narrative to control the population. They did this stuff years ago, folks, in the 40s and 50s. You heard about weather balloons, the UFOs, and sometime it was weather balloons. But because people were seeing stuff in the sky that they didn't have no idea, their ears stayed what? Plastered to the radio before TV. Plastered to hear what the government was going to do about this. And usually they can do all their programming when they had the attention of everyone who was scared. Sounds eerily familiar to what just happened when they locked down. And now they was able to control everyone because there was only one voice advising people on what to do. See? See how it works? And it's through fear they put you under subjection. Right? Elder Lawya, if you will, it's called, folks, what they're doing, it's called magic. Isaiah 47:12, speaking of these Babylonian elites. Let's read the 12th verse.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 47, verse 12. Stand now with thine enchantments and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth.
And that sorcery, when you look at it in the New Testament, in Greek, it's pharmakeia, pharmacy. Stand in your magic and your potions. And what?
If so, thou shalt be able to profit. If so, thou mayest prevail.
Let's see if you prevail, right? Standing in your enchantments. Folks, they use the news as a form of casting spells on people, having us concerned about things that doesn't affect our daily lives.
Mm-hmm.
The news actually program into us what they think we should be concerned about. But the things that will truly solve our issues, you'll never hear any of them talk about that. They'll never scare people into help in an attempt to help and solve our problems. You notice that? There's never a scare that benefits us.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all notice that? It's magic. It's deception. If so be thou shalt be able to profit. If so be thou mayest prevail. Read.
13. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee.
Come on.
Behold, they shall be a stubble, the fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm it, nor fire to sit before it.
Now you notice, Elder, that it says, thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. So now let the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly procrastinators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. Why does it point to all these things? Because this is the people, the heathen, being dismayed at what's in the sky and go into the sky for answers. And that's why the majority of people are saying, man, what's going on? Is this a sign by God? Is this, that? Because people have been programmed into what? Getting their solutions from the Babylonian sorcerers. And God said, don't be dismayed at that, because they're not even getting answers anymore. Looking into their astrology, witchcraft, what's in the stars. They're not getting any answers. People don't have to deal with none of that, the zodiac and none of that. You want to know what's happening? I can open up this Bible and tell you what's going on. Well, what's the future for America? Well, it's going down, and all power is going back to the world power that created it, Rome. America has already been dismantled and sold. Right now, the elite is only dealing with the issue of what to do with so many people when they find out that they have been what? Deceived by their own government. That's the only thing they're up against right now. What are we going to do when they finally realize there is no more America? And when you look up, there's Asians, there's Babylonians and everything else. In the Americas, whoop, people that used to be Americans have disappeared quietly into the night while they have changed the whole nation right up under you. See? So I'm not dealing with what's going on out there. The Gentiles are dismayed at that. I'm looking at what came over that border a couple of years ago, for 4 years straight. And what's still here that's going to finish destroying the people, okay, that will continue to destroy the people, picking up from where the jabby left off. That's what I'm looking into, not what's up there. Okay, now, if you want to look at what's up there, while they had everyone looking one way, you had Elon Musk had a rocket go out into space. If you think it's him, I believe personally that he's just a front person for a lot of what the government powers are doing. To have a GPS global net over the whole earth to actually help and assist in tracking people. While you were looking this way, they were doing that yesterday. So guess what? I'm not going to be dismayed at the signs of heaven. And if anything, Elder Lawya and Elder Rawchaa, I'm going to do, let me get this guy out of here. I'm gonna understand that the only one we should fear is the Almighty, number one. And number two, if people are concerned about anything out there, it should be Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Concerning what? The prophecy of his return, where he stomp out all the other nations, beginning with the Roman Empire, Rome. Go ahead. What say you, Elder Lawyer? You got something to say before I open up the calls? And then
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Absolutely. And I think that last comment you just made, or one of the last comments you just made, is really what's glaring in the forefront of my mind when I'm hearing all of the reports and all of the various commentaries and the takes that people have concerning these particular drones, or whatever they're calling them, right?
Yeah.
We have a very bad habit of focusing on things that are not in our control, that we have no power over. When in reality, there's things going on in our life on an everyday basis that we do have control over, that we do have power over, and that we should actually be afraid of. But we don't take the time to put our fear towards those things and point our energy towards those things to affect necessary changes that should be taking place in our life. For example, here's some things we should be afraid of that we engage in our everyday life. That pack of Newports we smoke every single day. You should be terrified of those Newports. You know why? Because those Newports, unlike those things that's 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 feet in the air, those Newports actually have a negative impact and effect on your life. It's called lung cancer. It's called somebody cutting a hole in your throat so that you have to speak through a voice box. Here it is. We got bad kidneys. We got bad livers.
Hold up, Lawyer. I'm sorry. You went out. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, Lawyer. You are back right now. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You good?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that's something we can actually control that we should be afraid of, right? We got bad livers, bad kidneys. We should be terrified of a bottle of Hennessy. But yet, with all our power, all our might, all our strength, we suck them. We find a way to get money to get to that Hennessy when it's killing us. Fentanyl. We should be terrified of fentanyl. That's something we should be afraid of. But people find a way to smoke fentanyl. They're not running like the sky is falling over fentanyl, yet it's having a negative impact in their life, something they actually have control over, that if they were to get that under wraps, it would affect positive change in their life. But people want to be focused on something going on in the sky that they have no power over. STDs still exist. Yet people are operating, swapping, dealing in promiscuity as if STDs don't exist. You should be afraid of STDs. Why? Because that has a negative impact on your life. There's real things that we should be afraid of, but for some reason, we want to focus on things that we have absolutely no control over. So that point you just made concerning the things we should be concerned about, the things we should be focused on, that should be the mindset of people dealing in these last days, because those are going to be the things that actually affect when we're talking about the return of Christ. Where do we stand when he turns? Where will judgment fall? Where will we fall in the place of judgment once he returns with the way that we're living our life and dealing with things that we know are killing us, destroying us? And the Bible says what? If you destroy the temple of God, you shall God destroy. You're not afraid of destroying the temple, the body that God gave you, but you're afraid of the drones. You're afraid of the, let's say they're UFOs, let's say they're aliens. Those aliens have absolutely no effect on your life.
Exactly.
So that's where the energy should be put. But with that, I yield.
Thank you, Elder. All right, let me, you know what we're going to have to do? Obviously, there's something going on again. every time we have, you know, a lot of people in and the topic is interesting and people begin to build in. I mean, we have almost 3,000 people up in here. Our Blog Talk magically stops working, right? But it's okay. What I'm going to do here before I bring in Gaja, right? Also, just here if you have anything on what we've spoken about thus far. Let's do this. I'm going to put real quick Zoom as an option, right? I'm going to make Zoom an option real quick, since Blog Talk, you know, works when it wants to. All right. So, for those who would like to come in, you must come in with a video. I will not show you if you request it, but I need to know who I'm speaking to. So you must come in with video. Okay? You must come in with video. All right. 1 second here. All right. Audio settings. 1 second. Join with computer audio. All right. All right. Join with computer audio. All right. All right. Join with computer audio. For those who would like to come in, I apologize. Skype is acting up. I mean, not Skype, but Blog Talk is acting up again. I don't believe that that's a coincidence either. Because I don't believe they like when we get on these particular topics where they would like to have a block on the information coming out. It gets in the way of their intended outcome, you know, when others come with an opposing understanding or a logical understanding outside of the narrative. They don't like that.
Right.
Because people aren't going to react the way they would like them to, okay? Which is what? Afraid. Because if we're not afraid, then there's no need in the politicians drumming up some type of fear for a solution, okay? So they're claiming, oh yeah, there's a concern. The only concern is coming from the politicians and the news circulations. There is no real concern on the ground, really, about some stuff flying in the air. But we know what's going to happen. They're going to regulate things now, right? And they're going to tax those with drones, and they're going to restrict you to a point where people aren't going to be able to afford having drones. I'm telling you. Because think about, if you're thinking about a people, elders, that you're up in war against, right? One level of warfare is actually taking away any area that opposing enemy has when it comes to communicating, right? Just say hypothetically you have what? You have a serious high antennaed drone. And you want to warn somebody. You don't got no phone, you don't got nothing, but you got this technology with you to be able to communicate and let somebody know, meet me over here, you bring me this and I'll barter this with you. You can use that drone to get you out of serious scenarios, right? And it seems as if they want everyone disconnected so not to prepare or to back one another up in a time when they are opposing us, when they're sending enemies against us. So now they're going to regulate it where you having a drone is no different than if you were flying an airplane. Oh, you can't do that because these new laws were passed, man, because Who knows? We heard China was coming in using drones and they were spying on the country. So because of that, you lose your right to fly one. See how it works? Or you have to be rich enough to pay to actually play with your drone. Okay, that's how it works, folks. Politics 101. All right? They have to drum up a concern before they'll actually do what? Pass a law that will further strangle you. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, let's sit around a table and see what haven't we taxed the people on. The people already cannot afford to eat a dinner without paying over $150, $200. The grocery bills, what we used to pay for a whole week, usually covers 1 or 2 meals in that week. So listen, so let's find another area to tax them. So they realize so they at the end of the year they still don't realize how they got less, even though they received a little more, right? Let's do this then. There's about 1 million drones out there. See? They've been keeping data on everything. You know what? How much money you think we can get out of taxing them for actually flying these things? And you think they did the numbers? Of course they did the numbers. So if you are the legislator who pushes this, how much money is coming into your pockets by finding money that wasn't there already, by taxing people who have drones? In the link, and yes, if you want to support the work, GOCC report, $GOCC report, okay? This week we'll be going into Islam. And we're going to be going into, Elder Lawya, more so the history of Islam, of how they use Islam to infiltrate us. Folks, it wasn't a Muslim movement that changed the landscape of the United States that now affords freedom for everyone. That was a predominantly Christ-believing movement, nonviolent movement that changed everything for our people. And they seen that as a threat. So culturally, they had to come in with a Trojan horse to change the landscape of our communities from Christians to what? Muslims. And that's why where we live at is a hellhole now. And no one have put 2 and 2 together. They brought their demons over with them as a part of their religion. Let me tell you, folks, that was spiritual warfare, having them come in under black and brown minority coalition to do things in our community. It was undermining us the whole time, and it was a spiritual attack against those who are protected under the hedge of Christ, because at one point as a community, we believed in him together. Above all, we believed in him. And they brought in Islam. Every time Islam have come amongst us, even historically, it spelled bad news. It spelled bad news. And they've totally infiltrated us. And now where we live, let me tell you, growing up, even when poor, there was a certain pride that came with being Christian and believing in God. Part of believing in God was dressing and looking good. Okay? Dressing and looking good was a part. It was intertwined with our beliefs. On top of that, even though we didn't know about the Sabbath at that time, because why? We were lied to, but we still had this strong belief in Christ, and every Sunday we would go to church putting on our Sunday's best. And it kept families together. The father would work all week. The mother would cook. And together they have that day off to go to church, have that Sunday spread out there. Father sit at the top of the table, and no matter how poor we were, you couldn't tell us that we didn't have the world. But we didn't have the money, but we had our family, we had God, we had Christ, and they came in with the Muslims. Even our blocks. Don't forget, folks, our blocks, we had block captains. And these block captains went to the same churches we went to. And that means when it was time to paint for one house, all the houses on the block had to paint. Why? Because the women was like, you're not going to have my house left out looking like crap. And all the other houses, we forced a certain level of cleanliness and uniformity, because our women had enough pride to understand that this is not going to reflect negative on me. I'm not going to be the oddball while everyone else is clean. Every other week we had a time, and it usually was Saturdays because we went to church on Sundays at this time, where everyone on the block had to clean the block. The children would come out and all that, and we would all sweep with our mothers and all that. If there was a rodent issue or anything, the exterminators would come on the block at the same time and take care of everybody, and they would sweep all of the critters and stuff in the streets. And I don't know if y'all remember this, they would just burn it right there. And all of that, because listen, you're not gonna have no roaches in your house, and I'm doing all this exterminating for your roaches to run back here. We were tight, we were clean. But folks, I'm gonna tell you, folks, I'm gonna put zoom in. I'm gonna tell you when I realized that Islam was one of the things that was used to circumvent how we used to be under Christ as a community. One thing in particular, because when growing up, I thought that the Muslims overseas, right, were synonymous to the Muslims I seen growing up under the Nation of Islam. That was it was pride to be in the Nation of Islam based on what? The etiquette, how the women looked, how the men were dressed. But you know what they did? Elijah Muhammad was smart. He couldn't get us into that religion dressed like Muslims over in the Middle East. He dressed his people, and he calculated with this. I'm going to dress you like the Sunday church.
Right.
I'm
sorry, Shalakya. That's exactly what he said. He said, if I brought you to Islam from the Middle East, if I brought my people what they do in the Middle East, my people wouldn't accept it. He said that out of his own mouth.
Out of his own mouth, Lawya.
Elder, remember we had a conversation a couple weeks back, and I was saying to you that like even with Jamaicans don't understand. You know, if we dress up in Hebrew garbs, it don't look like what they used to, you know. So you put a nice shirt on and you head out there, and they're more receptive to that because, you know, like you said, is that look and you know, not bashing it. It's a smart, sharp look. People go to church, we have that Sunday best, we dress nice. You with me? I remember them vibe. I remember you talk about cleanliness. I remember them. We used to have the outdoor latrines, the outdoor toilets, and those were immaculate.
Yes.
Like clean.
Yeah. It was a more welcoming environment. And I know a lot of even Jamaicans and others, even in Haitians, though, they ain't putting two and two together. We never started taking inventory or taking notice to how our communities became more destitute the more people we allowed in from India, China, and Arabs. We never really put two and two together. I didn't put two and two together because my perception or understanding of Muslims were usually a clean perception. But that cleanliness they got watching Christians, being raised in Christian families, right? And guess when it all came to me? When I was living in the Middle East.
I tell you what, Elder, my first encounter really of Muslims was in the UK, and these not clean. With me? But anyways.
But what I'm saying is, I can understand how what used to be a prideful, even though we didn't have much money, but our blocks were clean. My mother had a saying, and I thought it was weird. Boy, you better make sure you go up, and when you go outside, you got to make sure you have on a pair of clean white drawers. I'm like, what? Listen, listen, you talking about if you get in an accident and something happens, the last thing, I'm like, you want to have some clean underwear. I'm like, Mom, the last thing that I'm going to be concerned about if I get in an accident is whether or not my underwear white.
Yeah, that's the same thing here. We couldn't go out with clothes with rips on it, with the holes in it.
Because it said something about the cleanliness of your parents. See, shame was a thing back then. And sisters, they knew that when they sent their children out, that was a perfect example of what was going on in that home. And guess what? Those were Christian values. When I went over the Middle East and I seen how some of these cats, not all, because there are clean areas, but I'm talking about the typical areas and the stench in certain these areas. One day we were driving and we were leaving. We were going from Cairo and we were going to take a bus trip into Sharm el-Sheikh, which is near Israel. And do you know, I couldn't believe this. Right on the Nile River, there was a dead horse in the Nile, in the water, just dead there. And guess what? Downstream, listen, this is the horse, right? It's here. The horse is here, going downstream, right? There's someone before the horse washing their glasses and stuff in the Nile water. And it can't be a mile away from where the dead horse is in the water. Folks, they wash their dishes and stuff at the beach. At the beach, they're washing their dishes in the beach water and then taking the glasses back and serving tea to the people on the beach. In the same area, dirty people are sitting there, even women, when they go into the beach, they have to wear their full garb, and they're in the water. And in the same water where the people are, they're washing glasses. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, what? I'm like, they sold us a bill of goods concerning what a Muslim is and how they live. And then I look at our communities in North Philly and all that, when we were Christians and had pride, in comparison to the black and brown coalition, when now East Indians have come in, Arabs have come in, and now we're living in a hellhole. Well, it's not a hellhole if that's what you're used to living in.
Right.
See, that was a spiritual attack on us, and it continues. And don't tell me Amalek didn't know who was he agreeing with to give grants and all that to be in our communities, to run us down. And I'm going to talk about this coming Sunday on the truth about Islam. Islam have always been a thorn in our side, starting with Muhammad. And if there is a Muslim, let me tell you, if there's a Muslim out here, guess what? Right now, if you can defend your faith, here is Zoom right now. See, you can't lie to us. See, when we were ignorant to the world, you can come over here and make us believe that you were floating on magic carpets over there in the Middle East, living in palaces, rubbing lanterns with genies coming out. That's what we thought.
I can show you the world.
Let me tell you, Elder Rawchaa, Disney sold us a dream. We thought they were living in paradise. I went over there and I said, what the Hades? Listen, the Nation of Islam need to go over there and teach them how to be clean Muslims. And am I talking about all? I'm not talking about all. But I'm talking about the impoverished state I see a lot of these countries in. Then they come into America with their nose all up as if they're better than us.
Yo, listen, like I said, I was in India. You get me? And I hope I can say this, yo. That's the nastiest place on the planet. Okay? I've been there. I've seen it. And these guys come over onto this side of the world and act like they're nice. Bro, don't do it. Don't do that. You with me? I'd run into one a while back, you know, trying to disrespect a sister. And I'm like, nah, man, you don't do that, man. I've been to where you're from, you know. I've been to where you're from. You don't come here and act like that. Where we are here is paradise compared to the hellhole that these people coming out from.
And I'm let me say, I'm sure y'all never really did put some insight on what your communities were before and after the East Indians and all that and the Muslims coming into your country. Y'all never, at one point, I mean, because Christians are clean people. When I grew up, you couldn't be a Christian and not be clean. And now there was cleanliness, and there was pride. Not the bad pride, the good pride that came with serving Christ. And it means that you had to look the part as well as walk the part. And there was a true fear of God within our community. And then we let these others in who was used to, you think North Philly is bad. They're used to impoverished areas. And we never looked at the difference between when these people came in and what it was before then. Even when it came to the guardian angels and all that. Police, we didn't trust the police. We would watch ourselves. And guess what? The guardian angels and all that, it was Ephraim. You had the Dominican, Simeon. You had our people, Judah. Guess what? They were respected, even without guns. Even they were more respected than police were because they had a vested interest in the community. And we would listen to them. They're like, no, ain't gonna be no fights break. And back then it was gang wars and all that. No, it ain't gonna be all that. Okay. And these guys weren't soft either. And it was a respect factor. It wasn't that we were afraid of them. We respected one another, and we understood that they were doing what? A service to make sure our image stayed pure as a community or a people. And then they let the Muslims in. Straight up. Make sure you have a video if you come in. Adaya, and guess what? If someone's going to tell me Islam is the way and want to counter what I'm saying, guess what? I'm not going to argue with you. Bring your Quran right now. I got one right over there, and I got a Bible. And I can show you in the Quran that who you're looking at, our people that you've been exploiting for eons, are the children of Israel. And guess what? Even in the Quran, it tells you that we're the chosen. That you cannot have a prophet. No one is considered a prophet if you're not from the prodigy line of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And folks, that's in the Quran. So Muhammad didn't even qualify, according to the Quran, as far as lineage was concerned. He wasn't qualified to be a prophet. Now, he may be a prophet for you. Okay? But according to the Quran, you must be from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to be considered the line of prophets. And if you want to argue that, if you're a Muslim, come on in. All right. We're going to admit Adia and make sure your video is on. Adia.
Okay.
How you doing, Adia? What say you?
Elder, how are you?
According to the Quran. Do me a favor, mute YouTube for me.
Yes. Oh, yes. My apologies.
No
okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Okay, there we go. Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Shalom. How are you, sister?
I'm well, thank you, I'm well. How are you, Elder?
I am blessed by the Almighty, blessed by the best, and you know his name. His name is
Praises
Ahaya.
be
Talk to me.
Yeah, so back in June 22, June 2022, I had an experience with my daughter. My daughter was actually outside on her balcony.
Okay.
And I'm just seeing everything that's going on now with all these drones and so forth in the sky, and people saying they're luminaries and this and that. So anyhow, my daughter calls me out to the balcony. She's like, Mommy, look at this. Now, I live in Boston. Okay. So this wasn't even on the news. It wasn't mentioned on the news. I actually took videos of it. So anyhow, we're on the balcony, and we're seeing what I would say luminaries. And there was about 4 or 5 of them that just came in front of us, and it was a Sunday. So I'm looking down and just looking at the people, people just getting home. It's evening hours. It was probably like 9 in the evening. And my daughter and I were just seeing this. It was a friend of mine as well, an acquaintance. And so she's like, what is that? I said, I was, and at that time I was studying the book of Enoch, the book of Enoch.
Go ahead.
And so we're seeing, these luminaries of chariots, and they were just right in front of us. And I just look up to the sky. I look up, and the sky was full up. I mean, full up with just lights. It was too many to count. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm just asking the Father, why am I having this experience? Why are we experiencing this? And then in my mind, I'm like, is this a galactical war about to take place? And all I know is I was just like, yeah, this is my readiness season. This is the Father showing me something. And I'm looking down at the balcony. I'm seeing people coming out of their cars. There's families sitting on their porches, and no one's looking up. No one was looking up. It was just my daughter and I on the porch observing this. And
let me ask you a question. What is your name again?
Adaya.
Adaya, how are you? Boston. All right. You in a Boston congregation or no?
I'm not part of a fellowship. I was some years back, and I was actually in leadership of the prayer line, but there was a lot of attacks coming my way, and the elder, it was just, my peace was being disturbed within this time, and the elder hadn't checked on me. So, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Okay. You were coming to the church. How long ago did you stop coming to the church?
Oh, goodness. So I stepped down from the ministry back in 2021. Okay. So I've been on my own, just studying on my own, and I just keep to myself, Elder.
Okay, well, if you want to be invited back, you can be invited back. It's, a lot of things have changed there, so it's up to you. So let me, but you're still invited back, and I see you're still listening, so I know when the stuff hit the fan, you'll know what to do. Now,
hallelujah.
Let me say this in particular, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let me say this in particular, okay, when it comes to the luminaries.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What made you believe that what you and your daughter were seeing, what made you believe they were luminaries in particular?
In particular, whether it was luminaries or chariots, I can't say, but it's something that I still, I keep in the. I just.
You just assume. You just assume.
I'm assuming. Okay. And also from what I've studied out of the book of Enoch, and just knowing that Elijah and Enoch were two of the beings that were taken up, by fire. And also before that, it was just the way I was waking up really early, and
no, let's just stick.
Right.
Let's stick on what you and your daughter seen in the sky.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You assumed they were luminaries. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well,
and also there was just other experiences I have had as well.
Okay.
So I've had certain experiences that are just unexplainable that I've not shared, you know, with too many people, and just certain ones.
Well, thank you, sister. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing your testimony. And
Thank you.
all right, bless you. You can let yourself out, okay?
Okay, so I mean, can I just say what I wanted to point out?
Yeah, go on.
Basically, is that I feel that the Most High was preparing me for this time just so that I would know the difference in what I was seeing. Because I'm a person that I don't watch television. I don't tune into the news. Strictly about taking notes in this word right here.
Where's your husband?
I don't have a husband.
Okay.
My covering is the Most High. That's the Most High. Yeah, that's my covering.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just, I'm one who solely believes, who strongly believes that women should be under guidance. Even if the Most High is your covering, the Most High have always been the covering for Israel. He sent Moses, and Moses covered Israel, right? It was still the Most High, and Christ let us out. He sent his son. He sent his son Christ, and the disciples, and set up a church, and said, "You cannot forsake the assembly." So, through extension, he can still cover you, but women need to be led by men.
I believe that, but I also feel that in this time is very dangerous times, and coming from one who was raised in the church, my father was a pastor and was also my abuser.
Okay, I don't want you to listen. I don't want you to listen.
Very discerned.
Okay, listen to me. I don't understand that you may, and I'm sorry that you had to go through a lot of negative, and when it comes to abuse. But we have to understand in the Bible also, sister, the Bible points out wicked men in position who've abused their authority, and the Bible points them out too.
Absolutely.
So it does. So even though I'm sorry that happened to you, that still doesn't give anyone, like, there's a lot of things that I can look at that I'm not satisfied with that happened to me growing up. But I'm not going to trust what a Most High established when it comes to something positive that can help guide me. I'm not going to allow my negative experience to actually put me in a place not to be guided.
Absolutely, and I'm not negating anything of what you're saying, because what you were saying is very true, Elder. What I'm saying is just that in this time, seeing that there's just so much brokenness, and there's also a lot of deceitful brothers, and I'm not speaking pertaining to your fellowship, your congregation. I'm just saying in general, I believe that, we should seek the Most High in everything and all things, especially when it comes to guidance.
But I think you're missing the point. If you do everything out of fear, and you miss where the Most High sent a guidance for you, then what you're doing is you're cutting off your hand to spite your arm. So what you have to do is to recover from any experiences, and you can't go into things through a negative outlook. You're going to have to be guided by a man, sister. And I'm just going to be I'm going to be straight with you, and not because I'm saying it. That's what the Bible says. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
I hear you. I'm listening.
All right. So let me get to the next person, okay? And be safe out there. All right.
I will.
All right. Shalom. Let yourself out, please. And it's not that I don't understand. I understand exactly what she's going through. There's so much damage and a lot of things, mistrust. But we have to understand that the Bible also point out men like that. Okay? So that's not to now say, I'm not going to. Now Satan can now what? He can guide you whichever way you want, because you're not under a hedge. There's no such thing as a woman being under a hedge called the Most High. when he sent men. There's no such thing as that. If you choose not to be guided by men, then you can't say anything when it comes to when the enemy comes, and you can't say, well, there weren't no men here to protect me. Well, in order for someone to protect you, it comes with submission. It comes with obedience. Yes, it's a shame what happened to you, but don't expose you and your daughter to the enemy, where you'll be destroyed strictly based on those same issues that have happened in the past. Okay? You don't have a protector. You don't have a hedge. I'm just saying, whatever differences you need to work out to be, listen, I'm not saying even be guided by this congregation. I'm concerned that you're out there by yourself, you and your daughter, with no man to direct you. Okay? Brother Israel. And please make sure when you come in, you have a video.
Okay. Hey, Elder, can you? Is it on here? Hello?
You have to click the video, Brother Israel.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, Elder, could I keep myself confidential because I want to make full feature films and stuff like that, and I ain't want to be, my face on there.
Where are you from? What city and state?
I'm in St. Louis, Missouri. I was calling in because I wanted to get baptized, man.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I think like Satan was working to keep me from getting baptized, man, because he got on the deacon and from Las Vegas, and he was saying things like, "Yeah, man, the elder ain't the only one that baptized," and it was right when you was in Washington D.C. baptizing people and stuff, man. Dude was calling me a pedophile and all this kind of stuff, man.
Well, brother, hold up. Who's calling you a pedophile? What are you talking about?
What's the dude, the deacon from Las Vegas, Deacon Bakar?
Brother, listen, if you got an issue with a brother, you can't be coming to me talking about that. You got to talk to him about that.
I did, but I was just saying, like, he kept me from getting baptized is what I'm trying to say.
Brother, listen to me. Bible. When you're baptized into something, you're being baptized into a code. And that code is the laws of God. The Bible tells us what? That nothing can be substantiated unless it be before who? How many?
We said before 2 witnesses?
Thank you. So when you spout out something as damning as you just put out against another brother with no witnesses, that's off code. And I'm not, listen, I'm not saying what the brother did is correct. If what you're saying happened, I'm saying there's a way of going about things if you are offended. Yeah. And you can't operate like that.
Right. Okay, I got you. I feel what you're saying. I talked to both of them, the officer that was over.
But listen to me, brother. You're bringing in instances without anybody to corroborate what you're saying. The way you were supposed to come at it was, Elder, I want to be baptized.
Okay.
Period. Because you coming in on a negative.
Right.
Right?
Right.
You don't want to do that.
Right.
Because it doesn't matter what your past is, and I don't know what your past is, but who you currently are, and if you're seeking repentance to be forgiven and be baptized, what you did, whatever it is, what sins that were done in the past, guess what? There's water. The only sin that cannot be forgiven is a sin against the Holy Spirit.
Right.
So, brother, you didn't have to lead with any of that. You're coming in the gate with a negative, and that's a bad sign. You can't do that. Just say what you want, and you handle your issues like men handle their issues. If a brother says something about me that was off, you go to the brother. That's number one. And Christ says, if the brother don't hear you, you bring before 2 or more witnesses. so that all things can be established. I said something to this brother, and he called me out of my name, and he said something about this, and I need y'all to witness this because he's going to have to give an account of what he said. That's how men operate. I don't care what position people in. Nobody position is higher than Christ. You got it?
Yes, sir. We went through that process where Yeshua said recommend, and I heard them off, but they still cut me off from the church out there in Washington.
Brother, again, is there any witnesses to this?
Yes, sir.
No, listen. Is there any witnesses on this broadcast to this?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, sir.
So what I'm saying is, do you think this is the right forum for you to be discussing something private that you need resolved?
I didn't know how to get in touch with you privately.
How old are you, young man?
41.
41. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let me tell you, brother. You're going to have to learn the biblical code of etiquette. Okay? Something should have been in you to know, okay, this ain't the place to speak about something that happened to me privately without witnesses. Because you may have someone listen to this program who would believe what you're saying against some people who are absent. Do you understand that you can never, even outside of a church setting, operate like that and claim to be on code? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's called being respectful to the absent. That's how you resolve things. Don't ever put men's name out there and they're not around. Okay?
Okay.
All right. And guess what? If someone called and put your name in something, and you're not here to defend how the conversation went, in the absence, I would defend you. I'm like, no, you can't say nothing about this brother, and he's not here to state exactly what happened.
Right.
And that's the honor that we've lost as a people. But in this church, amongst men, we're the code of Christ, the conduct of Christ is a necessity of being a part of the body. You got it?
Yes, sir. Will I still be able to get baptized?
Hold up. Listen to me, young man. Didn't I say you're talking to me, right?
I thought you was about to leave.
I am not leaving. Just relax, my brother. Just relax, okay?
All right.
1 second. Give me.
Thank you so much, brother.
I got you. You'll get a call tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. Shalom.
Shalom. Kimberly, I'll take 2 more, and then we'll end it with see what Elder Rawchaa would like to say. Charles of God. Hold up, Charles. Before you come in, you can stay muted. Kimberly, your camera.
Can I not put my camera on only because I'm a law enforcement officer in New Jersey?
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Yes.
All right. I'm not going to show you on camera.
Okay.
So you can still have your camera up front because I just want to make sure I'm not being trolled here.
Okay, 1 second. Let me take my bonnet off, I guess.
No, keep your bonnet on. Listen, just talk. Go ahead, Kim. You should have led with that one.
No, it's only because I am, But I just wanted to just say thank you to you guys only because if one of my friends didn't advise me of the church, I would have definitely, the whatchamacallit.
You would have took you would have took the Jim Jones juice that people
I sure enough would have.
that people
yes.
are falling over dead after taking.
Yes, I would have taken it. But the crazy part about it is, like before me finding out about you guys, I kept searching. Like I just kept searching. Like I wanted to become a Muslim. I was playing around with stones because I'm like, okay, I can't just be in this world existing.
You rolling off some stuff here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, what's playing around with stones?
Like, okay, so like with the new age, where they say, okay, this stone is for this stone is for money, this stone is for that, if you saved your house and all that other stuff. So I was doing that before finding out the truth because I was searching and I kept asking the Most High, like, who am I? Like, I know I come, like, okay, I'm Haitian, yes, but I gotta be more than just Haitian. Okay. So and it's crazy the way that it happened because I was doing early intervention, and I actually live in New Jersey. I don't want to say her name, but pretty sure she probably recognized my voice. But if I didn't meet her, I would have never found out about you guys. When I tell you, I watched all the videos when she told me about you guys, and I've been in academies. I think it's gonna be like the 20th. I'm not quite sure, but either way, it's up there. And it's like it becomes something that I have to do. So if I don't sign up for the academy, I feel like I'm missing out. So it's like I have to sign up for the academy.
Thank you.
No problem. I just want to give you guys a shout out real quick because there's times when I come up a little short and I would email you guys to advise you guys, and you guys still send me the links to the videos, and I'll go ahead and I pay when I do have the money. So I just want to say thank you for that. As far as the drones, I am here in Morris County, and I have seen about like five of them, and they are pretty big. And it's like as time goes on, they're getting even bigger. So I mean, I'm thinking, okay, like maybe it's the Most High giving us a sign. But then like earlier when you indicated that, okay, Satan is playing tricks, I'm like, oh my goodness, this gotta be him. So
yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah, but I just want to just say thank you. That's it.
You're welcome, sister, and thank you for being a part of the academy. And hey, welcome to the truth. And let me tell you, once you see the truth, you can't unsee it.
Facts.
And one thing I love about this truth is you can walk in full confidence without fear.
Facts.
All right?
Yes.
And listen, the Most High knew through all of your searching that you were looking for him. And I'm glad, because so many people be taken through a lot of the dark arts, witchcraft, different type. They're looking for the answers that been in front of us the whole time.
Yep.
It was in the Bible the whole time.
It really was. I look at the Bible in a whole different way now. Yeah. And when I tell you, the Most High be coming through. I like, especially around the time where all that situation was happening and losing my job and not being able to pay my rent. What? And then like I would still listen to you guys, and I would have faith. And with faith, out of nowhere, it's I don't want to curse, but things just happen. Like it just started happening. So.
And let me tell you, sister, and again, you didn't have to lose your job.
Yeah, they laid me off, but I got a better one now. It's like God makes opportunities happen.
Okay, what I'm saying is, you must not have been locked in. You must have been under some probationary thing, because they cannot fire people long tenured for a medical procedure. Okay, and even if they would have laid me off after I refused to do it, I would have still sued. I would have sued them anyway. So, sir, sister, there's a lot of money out there that they're paying privately, and they don't want people to know the money's out there. If I was you, I would get a lawyer, and I would sue the people who laid you off during that time.
Yeah, it is what it is at this point. God definitely came through anyway. I'm in a better position.
Listen, you can still have that position. And that's one thing I can say about Karen. You can learn something from Karen, okay?
Facts.
Karen can have her job, but she's still going down and she's going to file a lawsuit.
Facts.
All right?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, get your Karen on. Shalom.
All right, shalom.
All right. It's our people, but they say, man, God don't like ugly. I'm going to put it in God's hands. Listen, you are a taxpayer. You paid money into a system. We're the only people that don't use all of our, assets that is built into being here to protect ourselves. We're the only people that put it in God's hand. It's good to put it in God's hand. Yeah, you got a better job. But there's some money sitting out there for some people who did you wrong. Sue them. Charles of God. How you doing? Lord.
Shalom, Deacon. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Shalom. You want to be on camera or no?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, great.
Shalom, family.
Shalom. How y'all doing?
Doing good. I don't know if you can see me or not. I can't see you.
I can see you. I can see you there with the tribe.
Yeah.
With the tribe behind you.
Yeah, this is Zelia. This is Isaiah. This is my sons. And these are my two witnesses. we moved out here and we're in Virginia body, right? We moved into the country it's been a year now. And we see some things.
What you been seeing?
And look, I can go outside right now. It's pitch black. At any given time we look up in the sky, look longer than at least like 5 to 10 minutes, we'll see the moving stars. They'll move. And like they only let us allow us to see them up to a certain amount of point, then they disappear. Right? And even in tabernacles, we've seen a whole row of them.
Yeah, I've seen that
go
too.
straight into the portal. Yeah, she's seen one. Tell her what you seen.
So I saw an angel. It looked like it looked like it was going down in the grass, but it didn't look like that. But it was going like super fast in the air.
Yeah.
And then I saw another one. It was like moving like slow, and then it disappeared, and then it came back, and then it started to move slow. It was like happening for 5 minutes.
Look at that.
Tell me what you seen.
This happened 2 days ago, actually. I just walked out on the porch casually, and the star, it was moving really fast. And I caught it at the side of my eye. And when I looked, as soon as I looked, it flashed. It flashed like, I can't explain it.
Well, what it sounds like what y'all seen, right? It seemed like y'all seen the real deals, right?
Yeah.
But still, even if it was 100% real, and I've seen like one tape, I speak of the time that we were teaching in the UK, and they all came and formed a line in the sky while we were driving. And then when we stopped and got out of the car and looked over the bridge, it's like they stopped and gave a show and then went up in the air and disappeared. Right? See, but still, what the Most High says is, be not dismayed. Right? Because what we know is the angels have always been encamped around us. The powers, which are the celestial, have always traveled in and out of the earth. Right?
Yeah.
Right? So that's why we aren't to be dismayed at them. Right? And wonder what it is. We know what it is. They're sent as watchers and ministers for those on earth. As many people on earth, there's angels. As many people.
Yeah.
Each person has a guardian, or what the scriptures explains as the angels of the presence. So the closer we get to Christ's return, we will see more activity. And so I believe a lot of what they're putting out there is a distraction to get us away from scenarios like what your family has witnessed.
Yeah.
So
all praises. We take the same kind of stance Elder Rawchaa takes. That we ain't even, if they up there, it's like you said, they've been up there.
They doing their business.
Yeah. So all praises. Yep.
All praises.
And we almost there, y'all. We almost there.
Oh yeah, we close. We close, my brother. And hey man, I'm gonna tell you, as far as this truth is concerned, what the Most High revealed with the awakening of the children of Israel in the name of Christ, and also shining a light to the Gentiles. A lot of Gentiles are waking up concerning what they've hid from us. The fact that we are the true children of Israel. Let me tell you, this is a good time to be living. We're living in the times that the prophets and the disciples long to see. They, believe it or not, they were given glimpses into the future in the times we're living in. That's what John was shown with the mark of the beast and a new technological system. He was given a window into what we are living and experiencing right now. It's one thing to be shown it. It's another thing to be blessed enough to live through it. What a blessed time to be living. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. Shalom, Elder. Shalom.
Shalom.
See you at Passover.
See you at Passover. You have a beautiful family.
All praises.
Blessing, brother. Beautiful
Shalom.
family. Shalom. Man, I'm looking back and I'm looking at that girl's beautiful hair. And I remember growing up, that's how it was. The sisters had hair, like, it was just naturally beautiful. It's like, it makes me feel good to see that, to know that that's not lost. Right?
Right.
Tali Gia Boyd, which is the last call for today, well, the last Zoom for today. And I see that no Muslim was willing to come in and meet that challenge. Talai Gila Boyd is joining. Anything you would like to say, Elder Rawchaa? You there, Rawchaa?
Yeah, man, I'm here. I was just gonna wait till the calls are finished and.
Well, you can say what you have to say because I don't. Let me see if she's here yet.
All right, so.
No. She's here, and after this, I'll just take Zoom off, and you can end it with it. You have the last word. Your name, sister?
Yes. Hi. I've been following you on the internet. Can you hear me?
Yes. Where are you from, sister?
Turn it up so we can hear it. I'm from New York City.
Okay. All right. What say you? Floor is yours.
Taligia. I'm from New York City.
Sister, do you hear me?
Was he talking to somebody else?
Are you listening? No, I'm talking to you. Are you listening to me through Zoom or YouTube?
Oh, there's a delay. Turn the TV on. Turn off the TV. I think there's a slight delay.
No, there is no delay. This is real time through Zoom.
Okay.
But go ahead and say what you like to say. Go ahead.
Do what else? I'm on the
Sister,
I'm on YouTube.
Sister, you are not on YouTube. Your voice is on YouTube. You're listening to me. You should be able to listen to me through Zoom.
Yes, I'm talking through Zoom.
Okay, talk to me. What say you?
Turn that on. Turn it on. I'll turn this on. Oh, gosh. Yes, I wanted to know about your location in New York City.
Okay.
If there's a location for gathering in New York City.
Okay, one moment. One moment. All right, one moment, sister.
Okay.
All right, great. We'll do that for you, no problem. Okay. All right.
Okay, I think I called in the show before, and I think someone's gonna get back to me, but maybe I didn't see the call because I didn't recognize the number.
Yeah, make sure you answer the number. Answer going forward.
Okay. You know what area code it'll be?
It will be. Let's see.
What is it?
Okay, it will be a 646 number. You'll see a 646 number. Okay.
Okay, and my daughter just wanted to say hi. Just gonna say hi real quick. Hello.
How you doing, pretty?
I'm good.
Daughter Zion.
And
there it is.
I was following a Christian Cultural Center in Brooklyn for the last 23 years plus.
Okay.
But what you're saying is like very eye-opening. I know it's the truth, and that's what I'm in search of, the whole truth.
Hey, well, sister, that's what you're gonna get. Welcome to the truth. You and your daughter.
I don't know any of this stuff. Like, I just started trying to follow the Sabbath. So I just follow what I heard you say and what I read in the scripture. But yeah. I'm totally new to like this approach, coming out of the Christian church.
Oh, hey, sister, guess where I came right out of?
Say again?
Guess where I came right out of? The Christian church.
The Christian church as well?
Of course. My grandfather was a Christian pastor. I got Christian pastors on each side of my family.
Okay.
And my grandfather, who died at 101 on my mother's side, okay, he was blind at a certain age when he got older, and he used to teach the Bible through reading Braille, through Braille.
Okay.
We have pastors coming off the slave ships. You can look up the shepherd's name, Shepherd, Sheppard, and you'll see my great grandfather on my father's side. He's online. Look, you'll see him, and you'll see the family resemblance. We had pastors coming off since the slave ships. So, sister, I came out of the Christian church, and what I realized, is that the doctrine we're teaching in this church, sister, is the doctrine that was lost when Jerusalem was sacked in 70 AD. This church has the same exact doctrine that Christ gave the disciples. Period. It's the same exact doctrine.
Okay.
To the Jews, to the Israelites, and also to the Gentiles. So the whole deal is, you're now back with the original pre-Constantine Christians.
Okay.
And guess what? All is not wrong with the church you came from. The Christ you served has guided you here. So I don't look at it as the church was a bad journey for me. It built me to this level to receive what Christ would have us to understand before his return. They were necessary steps to receive the gospel. Got it?
Right. Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, young lady.
I have a question.
Yes, what's your name?
What's your
Joanna.
name?
What's your name?
Say loud. Joanna Yankee.
Yes.
That's your first name.
How old are you?
10.
10. Talk to me.
On the Sabbath, I was wondering if we're supposed to light fire or not.
Light fire?
Yeah, like stove or oven.
Well, the whole thing is, when the Bible says one is not supposed to kindle a fire on the Sabbath, you can get in so I can see you, sister.
Go ahead, move in a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. Great question, young lady. Well, the whole thing is the Bible says on the Sabbath you're not supposed to do servile work. Back in the ancient times, it took us chopping the tree, chopping the branches, carrying them back, striking a fire in order to cook a meal. So it was the work portion that you're not supposed to do. Now, what they did was they would store extra for the Sabbath so that when they had a fire kindling in their home, they would just put the wood on the fire to continue to burn through the Sabbath so they can continue to actually eat and keep their houses warm. You understand? It's the working side of it. Having to go out and build a fire when you had all week to do it. That was wrong. Then if you didn't get your wood to have your fire going through the Sabbath, then guess what? You had to eat cold food because it took work. You should have gotten your wood in advance. See that? Now I'm going to ask you, do you have to go get wood to cook a sandwich in your home?
No.
It takes no work outside of you preparing the food, right?
Yeah.
That answers your question. Unless you are barbecuing and having to get rocks and all these other things and kindle a fire, then yes, you can prepare yourself a meal on the Sabbath because you're not actually chopping down trees and getting wood to actually cook. You understand?
Yes.
Now,
could I ask a question?
Yeah.
So the key idea is not to exert yourself to accomplish something on the Sabbath.
You're not supposed to work.
Meaning the fire.
You're not, see, gathering sticks was considered working on the Sabbath.
Okay.
You got that?
Yes.
Now, for conscience sake, because I remember a time where I did nothing on the Sabbath. Right? So for conscience sake, if you have that, I would say, that fast to the Most High where you make an agreement that you're not going to do anything, including cooking on the Sabbath, that's not wrong either. Right? But you're not disobeying the Most High, turning your stove on to cook. How do we know this? There's an oven I've just purchased. And guess what? Guess what feature is on this oven, this stove? A Sabbath feature. Now, what is a Sabbath feature? Well, it can automatically cut on so that you don't have to turn the knob on the Sabbath. You can set it where the burners and everything comes on the Sabbath, so you don't have to turn the knob. See that?
Okay.
Why is that?
Right.
Because it wasn't as if fire weren't going during the Sabbath in ancient times. Fires were going. But we had the wood collected in advance to make sure the fire would go through the Sabbath so we wouldn't have to go out and cut wood. So we were still putting our pots and stuff on the Sabbath on the burning coals that were already in the home. So they made a stove after that, where Orthodox Jews will get a Sabbath oven. And they'll sit there and look at their stove with the knobs there and wait for it to come on before putting their tea on. No, you don't have to do that, man. Turn the knob. And I'm speaking to them out there. Because they think they're doing something righteous, looking at the stove come on by itself, and they followed God because they didn't turn the fire themselves. And they even made the technology that actually allowed them to deal with this madness. Okay? If you believe you're not supposed to cook on the Sabbath, why do you got Sabbath stoves where the fire comes on and now you can claim I followed God because I didn't kindle a fire? What was the difference in waiting for that fire to come on than you turning a knob? And I'm speaking to, that's how ridiculous this thing has become. Right? But again, if you have a conscience towards God, and usually when you first come into the truth, you want to make sure you're doing everything right. Because we were taught in the Christian church, sister, that, we aren't supposed to follow the law. So when you come into the knowledge, you want to make sure you do everything perfect and right until you understand the liberty that comes with what this is. So again,
right,
there's so many messages online. You got Israelites who are Orthodox Israelites who got the belief that came with them learning under Orthodox Judaism. They don't want to admit that, but they're following how to deal with the law, watching European Jews. And a lot of their doctrine comes from European Jews. But I'm going to tell you, sister, for conscience sake, if you believe that you're not supposed to do something in following that law, you don't do it. If you make that oath to the Most High that on the Sabbath I'm not doing nothing, I'm not even cooking, that's an agreement that you make with the Most High, and sister, there's nothing wrong with that. And I like to give you the example of a brother who tried to be over righteous with me in 2009. These brothers came from Cleveland. They came from Cleveland to one of my classes in Philadelphia. They were like, man, everybody heard about you, da-da-da. And I just wanted to come meet you, brother. You're doing a great work. I'm like, thank you, brother. I'm just a servant. So we drove from Cleveland, and I made sure the brothers and sisters prepared a meal. He drove hours to sit amongst us. Of course, I'm going to make sure there's some food prepared for him. And they looking at me when they walked in the door like I had two heads. He says, yeah, Elder Rawchaa,
wow.
Elder Rawchaa, man, I mean to disrespect you, man, but there's a few things I would like to say. I'm like, brother, by all means. Did you have some soup? He says, well, that's the problem. He says, you ain't supposed to be serving no soup. And the brother was over there eating a lettuce sandwich over there on the side that he carried with him following the law. And I'm looking at him. And I said, brother, all due respect. Okay? All due respect to you. We slaved knowing that you were coming from out of town to make sure that you were fully nourished. That's our appreciation to you as family. Okay? And I don't want you to offend all the slaving people have done to make sure that you are nourished after a long trip. The least we can do is give you hospitality. That's what an Israelite is about. And he looked at me and said, you got these people cooking. I'm like, brother, how many times? I'm like, you just drove 4 hours to get here. How many times did you gas up your car? And you should have seen, you should have, listen, you should have seen the light bulb pop up on his head. Unless you're going to do the Fred Flintstone thing and use your feet to get to me in a frame of a car, brother, you're not going to tell me anything about what I'm doing unlawful, nourishing you and giving you and your brothers hospitality.
Right.
Okay? So I can see a light bulb came on in his head. And I'm like, listen, there's nothing against the brother eating a lettuce sandwich over there. I'm not going to tell him he's wrong for that. But brother, if you don't want the soup, there's more for me. You see?
Right.
So
yeah, I understand.
So sister,
I get it.
But there is laws you must follow. And you'll learn those in the church. And I just text your name and number to Bishop Shamal, and he will give you a call.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right.
I'm trying to say it.
Oh, hey, you said it perfectly. Well, welcome to the work.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, young lady. All right. Shalom.
Okay, bye.
All right. Beautiful family. Beautiful sister. When a daughter, everything. I mean, it's good to see how people come into the truth, right? You said you wanted the last word, Gaja. Talk to me.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, I was just looking for a scripture here for you, Elder, but I think it's getting late. It's escaping me. There's a scripture here in the book of Chronicles where the priests actually make bread on the Sabbath day and actually to feed the people.
Let's read it. Let's read it.
For the life of me, I can't find it, Elder. It's in Chronicles, though. I don't know if Elder Lawya knows the one I'm referring to.
Yeah, I think I'm hit by the late bug too. Let me give it a shot though.
Yeah, it's in Chronicles. I know it's in Chronicles, but I just can't. I've been here looking for it since the sister asked the question. But the priests are actually making bread on the Sabbath day for the people. It tells you that. It tells you they were making bread. I just can't find it, man. I'm tired. But yeah, But yeah, it's been a good broadcast. And I had this scripture as well. Well, this not scripture. It's actually out of the Quran. I sent it to you, Elder. If you see it there, it's in Surah 10, ayat 90.
I'm about to read that real quick.
Muslims.
Okay. Hold on. Let me read this. Because we have to discern whether or not what they were doing was in the sight of the Almighty as righteous. Hold on. Let me read it. Because you know a lot of our priests went off too, so I want to get the proper context. Yeah, this is good. This is right on point. Thank you, Elder, for this. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this out of the real quick. 1 Chronicles 9, verse 31 and 32. And Mattathiah, one of the Levites, who was the firstborn of Shalom, the Korite, and the set office over the things that were made in the pans, and other of their brethren of the sons of the Kohathites were over the showbread to prepare it every Sabbath. So how was the Levites preparing the showbread every Sabbath? And if they was doing so, were they cooking on the Sabbath? Huh?
Oh, good. There you go.
But Christ is greater than the Sabbath. All right? So usually when people come up with these different types of things that they're doing, it's trying to show before everyone that they are more righteous than you and they follow the law better than you. Nah. It's not even about whether or not what they're doing is pleasing the Most High. It's about gaining some level of moral authority to claim that this is what you should be doing. So, in actuality, these are the people should be guiding you and or teaching you. See? So they're trying to point out, well, do they do this? Do they do that?
Oh, my.
So the whole deal is, here's an example. Okay? But again, there's many Sabbaths that I don't eat anything. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that we're not going to make this a doctrinal prerequisite. Okay? Right? Okay, now, what you got? You talking about what you sent me, right?
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat with all of us here.
Don't forget, I just said that I'm going to be on for an hour. But yeah. I'm saying, hey, we got to do some music and all that, but I seen all these people up in here. I'm like, you know what? They didn't come just for me to be here for 1 hour, so.
It was up to 300. It was up to 3,000 people, man. It's growing every week. It was It was 2-4 last week.
Yeah.
And it's up almost 3. So yo, people keep coming, learning. Praise the Most High, man. It's a blessing. Like I said, yo, I am looking for listen. Praise the Most High where I'm at. There's no traffic lights or no traffic cameras because I was doing about 150 to get back to jump on this broadcast tonight. You with me? Yo, I ran every stoplight at every street. You with me? And oh gosh, you understand? And people coming up, pushing the medals with profanities. You know how our people are, but I did have to catch it and come jump.
All right, let's see if I can find it. You talking about it's in Surah 10 verse 90?
Yeah, Surah 10:90. If you have your Quran there, you could just read it from your Quran right there.
I don't feel like I got to go through these books here, but. If a Muslim would have came, I'd have had to grip up on it. But Surah 10.
90. Look in the chat right here where me, you, and Elder.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to put it up online. I hope, who knows, maybe AI is going to pop up and read it for me.
Hold up, let me copy it again and just give it to you and put it in truth for you. 1 sec. Where is it? Where's the chat? See this new interface with Skype. All right, I'm gonna put it in truth for you right here.
Oh, where it says, and we took the children of Israel across the sea.
There you go. That's the one.
Okay, I got it right here. Don't worry about it. I have it right here. What happened to your video, Gaja?
Oh, I'm not seeing me. Hold up. I'm going back here.
No, I don't see you. All right, let me pull it up. Here it is, and this is from the Surah Yunus yacht. This is a Muslim page, okay? And this is what it says in the Quran, Surah 10, verse 90. And we took the children of Israel across the sea. And Pharaoh and his soldiers pursued them in tyranny and enmity until when drowning overtook him, he said. And folks, this is in the Quran. So when they try to claim that there's no history of the Israelites crossing the Red Sea, you can't tell the Arabs that. It's in their history. When we went to Egypt, they told me right up, we know the blacks who went to America. We know that you are Bani Yaqub, the sons of Jacob. We knew it before you went there who you were. They said, you're Bani Yaqub. I'm like, what's Bani Yaqub? And Wazim stood right before me, and Sam translated, Bani Yaqub is sons of Jacob. We always knew who you were. And we know why y'all coming back here. When drowning overtook him, said, I believe that there is no deity except that in whom the children of Israel believe. And I am of the Muslims. Right?
So, Elder, in my Quran, my physical Quran, it's a little bit, it says a little bit different.
Well, it depends on the translation, because I'm dealing with the Sahai International. Which translation? Do you got the Yusuf Ali?
I'm not sure exactly what it is, though, but it doesn't say it like that. It just says, there's no other God but the one that the children of Israel believe, and I am one of them. It ends it there. That's where it ends. With me? So these newer translations are putting this in, but the key punchline here is that Pharaoh exclaimed that he believes in no other God but who the children of Israel believe in. And we know who the God is that took the children of Israel.
Oh, this is the one that's in your Quran. A lot of people don't know there's a lot of different translations. The one you have is the Abdul Halim translation. We took the children of Israel across the sea. Pharaoh and his troops pursued them in arrogance and aggression. But as he was drowning, he cried, I believe there's no God except the one of the children of Israel believe in. I submit to him. That's the one. Mm-hmm. That they only believe in the God who saved the children of Israel from the Red Sea. And they submit to that particular God. And that God that delivered them, his name isn't Allah, and they know it. Allah is Allah, a female deity from Babylon. But I'll deal with that this coming Sunday. Thank you, Elder.
Listen. Yeah, man, and that's really it still. And yeah, that's it, man. So, yo, people, enough love. Thanks for having me, elders. Get me? It's a blessing.
Welcome. It's been a pleasure. What a great broadcast tonight. And guess what? Don't be dismayed at the signs of heaven. Their reporting is a joke. Good night.
Shalom.
And keep in mind, Shalom, elders. Keep in mind that we are the children of Israel. And you know what? You know it. We're back. Good night. Boy, our people are coming to the truth, man. What an exciting time to be alive. Good night. Don't believe the hype.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.